och spola i mitt rövhål.
Har inte du ett addon som kan?
Det har jag definitivt inte. Det är Chris Wilson. Wow.
Welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Settlers of Kalgur, which launches next week on July 26th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Corsair back attachment. In today's stream, we will take you on a deep dive into the new Settlers of Kalgur Challenge League. We'll cover the league mechanics, its new and revised crafting systems, a new trade market system for currency, some sweeping balance improvements including 2 Ascendancy class changes, endgame improvements, some further additions to the campaign, and some quality of life features. We'll then talk about our console native port releases and the features that come alongside them. Finally, we'll show you our new supporter packs, ending with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile's game director Mark your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes. I'll hand over to Mark now to introduce the new league.
Boat League.
We're really innovative with the content in this league, and I'm really excited to see what everyone thinks. So let's just get right into it with the trailer for Path of Exile, Settlers of Kalgur.
Boat.
Rayclast is a cursed land. You'd have to be mad to settle here. And yet, welcome to King's March! It's not much yet, but with your help, we can erect the greatest city Rayclast has ever seen. We'll need resources and savvy planning.
Harvesta då. Du kan bygga det Bob, yes!
Du kan bygga en port.
Jävlar, jag ska bygga.
Craftsmen. Fortune seekers. And of course, pirates.
Pirates?
Jajamän, det är jag.
If we prevail, our ships will be
Vi
heavy
ska
with
skicka
gold.
allt med båten! Ja!
We hope to achieve the impossible.
Actual Boat League.
We hope to build.
Bygga det Boat League.
Bygga det båt.
Jag är så glad, jag vill båta, jag vill skicka bajs med båten.
Respec with gold?
Oh my god. Wardens. Jävlar vad mycket notes.
Och det lär ju vara från...
Yeah.
Vad heter den? Nej, jag tänkte från den där andra Wildwood och Sednancy-grejen.
Just så smart båten.
Men den heter väl Emerald Warden, eller vad heter den?
Kalandra-skiten är tillbaka.
Black Market?
Det är där jag hör hemma.
Sentinel också, såg du det?
In Path of Exile, Settlers of Kalgur, you will encounter some familiar faces from the Expedition League. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin are Kalguran people who are trying to establish trade between Rayclast and their homeland. They have recruited many curious characters from Rayclast, including some you may recognize, but are also seeking help of a powerful exile, like yourself. You will first encounter Johan, the King's Hand and Lion Eye's Watch. He's there recruiting workers, traders, and exiles. Johan, under the command of the King of Kalgur, has been sent here to build a new city called King's March, which intends to become the hub of commerce between Rayclast and Kalgur. Soon, he will bring you to the planned site for King's March, which you'll notice has humble beginnings as just a tavern in a field. But with your help, it won't stay like this for long. It takes a lot to build a town. The Kalgurans will ask you to seek out resources that can be used to begin construction. On your adventures, you might find minerals such as crimson iron, which are veins of iron that have been overrun with corruption, spawning dangerous foes when you approach. Or perhaps orichalcum, which you will have to liberate from the demons worshipping it. Petrified amber attracts mindless blight. While bismuth has a strong affinity to the elements and causes the area to become unstable. If you're lucky, you might find vericium, a material as valuable as it is dangerous, and guarded by very powerful foes. Once you defeat these monsters, the deposit will automatically be tagged for mining. But first, we need to get someone to do the hard labor. This is of course a trade expedition and nothing is free.
Tincture på
Miners,
bältet.
along with other workers that the Calgurans have hired, must be paid in cold hard gold,
Snälla spring bara
which
över
you'll
det.
notice is now
Yes!
dropping
Oh!
throughout Rayclast. You will have control about who gets
Oh,
hired and who's
fucking.
price.
Oh, my ass.
Once you have accumulated some gold, head to the town and talk to the recruiter, Rolf. He's been busy tracking down hardy folk across Rayclast who are looking for work. You'll notice each person has their specialties and a wage cost.
Shipping.
It'll
Jag
be
ska
up
bara
to you
till
to hire
båt.
and fire as you please.
Båt
Over the
mig.
course of the league, you'll be searching for your perfect employees for each job. Once you have them, you'll have to keep them paid, safe, and alive, which we'll get into later.
Nej, jag ska ta död på dem.
Here we have a prospect who has a specialty in mining. We'll start with that so we
Dr.
can begin to
Disrespect.
retrieve some of those resources we were talking about earlier. Let's go find some more and put our miner to use. Oh, we've found a vein of orichalcum ore. It's guarded by dangerous demons worshipping a strange shrine.
Är inte där de
The
från
shrine buffs the
den där
demons,
ligan?
giving them
Crucible.
power. But once you
Snowboard.
defeat them, you can seize that power
Man kanske
for
bara ska bli
yourself.
Stormrain main.
After
Maybe,
that, we
maybe.
can tag the ore,
Ja, sån här
and our
liga.
mining specialist will get to work.
Mina då, hora.
Soon, we encounter a few more deposits, each with a different dangerous encounter. After you have tagged the mineral veins, your miners will get to work collecting resources in real time. They might take a while, but will continue whether you are logged in or not. The work can be sped up by hiring more or better miners, and by upgrading the mining station back in Kingsmarch to
Jävlar
equip
vad
them
ska
with
uppgradera.
advanced pickaxes.
Mina då. Tobbe, mina då.
Some time has
Ah, ska
bara
farma lite guld, boys.
back to town. We've also
Du
managed
kommer
to
inte
collect
betala
more
dina
gold
snubbar, erkänn.
We can now upgrade the town and build new
Jag bara gå in
structures.
på
There's plenty of
G2G och köpa
options.
lite
We just need to decide where
guld. Så ska jag
to
köpa
Ja,
lite
gud.
I
POE-guld.
think we'll start with the town.
Du kan ju respekta mig, Gullux.
It can be upgraded
Ja, men då
instantly
slipper jag
to
äta mina
improve the
Warp of
recruiter's
Regret.
prospects. And you can find various important NPCs relaxing here. Next,
Fan,
we'll
vilken
upgrade our
shitshow.
mining
Det här
Det kommer
kommer
vara
bli
så
det
mycket
bästa
runk.
någonsin.
Det
Jävlar,
kommer
jag
vara
ska
så mycket
bli-
Jag
runk.
kommer älska det här då.
Jag kommer antingen hata det eller fucking älska det. Det finns
You
no
will
in
eventually
between
need a
alltså.
smelter.
Kommer vara det
10
bästa eller
timmar
det
work
sämsta.
time,
Into more
what the
valuable
fuck.
bars.
Men alltså det är
Then
League-mekaniken.
we have the
Att man ska gå och
disenchanter,
springa och
where you
bygga.
can bring your magic, rare,
Det blir för
Sen får
fan
vi se vad man får där.
Det blir
Man kan
basically click your
disenchanta det.
hero. Åh,
Åh,
The items will be broken down
Åh
into
jävlar vad mycket
thaumaturgic
klick.
dust.
Jaha.
A new
Då ska
resource
man springa
used for
tillbaka sen.
crafting
Hur fan
and
vet man
shipping.
om den är klar då?
We'll get more into that later.
det är bra.
24.
And of course,
Har vi
Ska
något
fan
ut?
disenchanta ett fullt inventor om
Det,
det.
alltså du lär bara kunna ta ett fullt inventory och sen kommer du tillbaka om en dag typ.
but don't worry, you won't be manually watering
Det
anything.
kan du bara göra en åt gången.
Du springer ju bara dit med
Ah,
mig.
the wonders of delegation.
Kan vi ju
With all
farma.
these resources
Oftast finns det
piling
en
up, there will
skördetröska.
be excess that we can spend. Let's
Ja,
talk
en
about
massa
rewards
såna,
and settlers of Calgur.
Ringar från...
Eventually, you can build a harbour and establish
Chaos
shipping
ring.
routes between a number of different
Ja,
Calguran and Kardarui ports for trade.
Alltså det här måste ju
You'll
gå
be able to
korrekt
pile
eller
your
vad de
acquired
tänker.
resources onto these
Probably.
ships and send them to a port of your choosing.
Verkar
Where
ju
your
vara som att
traders
man
will
lagt
haggle for
in
the best
jävla
deals.
mycket bajs.
Each
Eller
port
så är det
will
här
return
typ
specific
POE
rewards based on what you
2-relaterat.
send them. They
Ja.
accept all types of resources, but will have a preferred type that they'll currently
Det är
pay
nog
more
bara
for.
för att prepara folk för POE 2 tror jag.
And you'll want to get
också.
onto this, because eventually you could be bringing in shipments
Men
like
alltså det är ju
this.
så mycket skit.
Det är ju underbart. Bajs.
Wow! Coolt.
Jävlar, skeppa bajset till mig.
Va, man kan ta alla!
Even this.
Ja, du
Take
ser.
all!
Och så kommer det vara en Mageblad eller
Då kommer Norge. Massvis med
Today,
bajs.
we're going to trade with
What the
Calgur.
frick man.
Trada då för fan.
You'll notice that as we send more resources,
Skicka.
this risk meter creeps
Maxa
up.
då.
Much like the
Maxa.
dangers on the shores of Rayclast,
Alltså det här har ju
there
inte
are
en
dangers
developer
out at
gjort i
sea.
alla fall.
Monsters,
Det
pirates,
här
Fy
är
fan vad du ska båta William.
jävlar vad jag ska
You want to try
skicka
keep your
båtshipments
shipments
24/7.
You can do this by hiring workers that specialize in shipping.
Du ser ju,
The more of them you
shipping
add
till
to the ship,
boat.
the less risk there will be.
Jag bara skeppar dem till
Like this
Afrika.
gentleman, who's famous for fending off even the most dangerous of pirates.
Ja,
Now
knulla
let's
pirat.
get
Men det här kommer ju vara liksom ett
And we'll
sidogrej av allt
continue
annat.
exploring
Liksom.
Rayclass while we wait for its
Jag
return.
hoppas att man
Eventually,
bara
kanske
kan
inte till att börja med.
bo där.
First,
Alltså,
path
då
of
ska jag bara
Excel League that
springa runt
experiments
och
with
bygga
true
och ha så
real-time
jävla
mechanics.
tråkigt och
You can
kul
send
på
out
samma gång.
shipments, go and have lunch,
Yep.
and come back to your rewards.
Du ser ju!
Many
Go have
mechanics in the
lunch!
league work this
Ja,
way.
du ser, det
So
fanns
you'll
en nu i
always have some
förra.
Och det
ongoing
står ju att de
projects
Jag
har-
vill läsa Return from Africa.
When your shipment has returned or met its demise, you'll get
Ay, ay, ay,
notified.
ja.
And at
Alltså,
your
det
leisure, you
här.
can return to the town to collect your rewards.
Ding ding.
Our shipment returned safely. So let's go see what we got.
Ja, får se vad vi fick då.
Oh, they've sent us a unique item alongside our
Ett
rewards.
bajs.
Perhaps hoping to secure us as
Bajs?
Gain
Oh,
reward instead of
bajs.
four up. Nej,
Aside from
body
shipping, the Calgurans are big on their
Det är ganska bra.
technology. They
Jag
have
tror det
hired
var
Isla,
overall
a
tänkt
familiar
på
face from the Heist
Stacker.
League. She is an engineer who the Calgurans have employed for a very exciting purpose. You're not the only one who understands how profitable running maps can be. Once at endgame, Isla can help you build a series of Calguran modified map devices.
Jävlar. Vad gör
You
de
can then
då
put a
för?
queue of maps into them. If you've hired a few
Queue?
skilled Atlas runners, they will put themselves to work running those maps for you
Åh!
after another.
Det är min dröm!
More
What?
delegates.
De kan köra hans map!
Once again, you'll be notified when the rewards are ready to be collected. Lots of maps in the queue.
Men det är ganska bra för det blir
Don't feel
maps mer
obliged to
värd.
go back there all the
Då
time.
kan man...
Så man kan skicka dem på en map.
careful.
Ja,
Ja.
vi ska skicka
difficulty
iväg.
of the
Vi
map
ska
impacts
aldrig
the rest of
spela
your
en
work
map.
experience.
Det är målet nu, boys.
Try to pick your best work.
Permanently kill
Or
det.
perhaps just ones you don't like.
Då köper vi bara bajsidioter och skickar dem på
Sometimes it's better to
dödsuppdrag
just run it yourself.
24/7.
You'll see there
Alltså,
are many
det är ju
benefits to having a
mycket
whole
grejer
ass
de
town
har
at
hunnit
your
med att göra
fingertips.
ändå.
Ja, men den här
Let's talk
ligan har
about
de nog
crafting
jobbat på
services.
ganska mycket
You
mer
should
än 4
definitely
månader.
consider building a
Ja,
runesmithing
det
table.
tror jag nog säkert.
This is
Men
operated by Danik himself.
alltså...
Using powerful Calgurans,
Fattar ni hur många
Runesmithing, vad är det här
buggar det
då?
kommer vara
he can
eller?
engrave
Det är nog
runic
mycket
magic onto
möjligt.
your weapons using runes.
What?
There are many rune types and combinations to choose from. And you can unlock
Bounty
new
rune
crafts that can be
båten, nu
applied
åker
to your
vi.
weapons as enchantments.
Finans.
Our design intention here is to take powerful effects you would
Vad säger
usually
du?
only find on unique items,
Trigger. tar de
like
bort
this modifier,
han?
which you might
Jävlar,
recognize from Doomfletcher's prison.
30% physics extra.
Danik can apply it to
Each?
hand maces.
Det är implicit.
What?
Oh
100
my
different
god, jag
special
tror det var en
crafting
mod.
outcomes, ranging from
Jesus.
ones very easily applied to
100?
very difficult.
That's fucking
The
way.
Åter kolla där, triggar
Trade
saker
with
över fire
Calgura.
spel om shit.
Or
Jag kan ju
defeating
köra val
powerful
fireball med liv. Fan, det är helt
Det är
borta.
faktiskt borken.
Benefits don't end there.
Eller on hit. Du kan köra på båge så kör du bara barrage.
Recombination.
Recombinator.
Recom.
She just
Fast
needs
med en
to get
actual
help with
currency.
getting resources.
Aj,
The
aj.
system isn't as strong as it
48
used
000
to
guld.
be, but it still allows you to combine two items together, hoping to get the best
Kanske
model
egentligen
ska
är
börja
bra
sälja
att
guld.
det inte hur common som helst, men jag vet faktiskt inte.
Alltså mycket av det ser ju
Between
pocket
running a
men...
town,
Ja.
shipping, and
Det kommer vara
exploring,
jävligt
you'll
mycket
be
grejer
collecting
då.
a lot of extra gold.
Ja, vi ska
It is
bygga
now
upp
the primary
maps
resource for
som vi
two
aldrig ska
huge new
spela.
quality of life features.
Nej, vi ska bara lägga dem i
Ja, lyssna nu,
botten.
lyssna.
Firstly, you can use gold to
Guld.
respec passive points. This is a feature from Path of Exile 2 that we've decided just makes sense to port back.
6
The
000!
higher level you are, the more
Aj,
expensive
det är
it gets.
dyrt. Det är dyrt.
And the next one is absolutely massive.
Hmm.
A currency trade market.
Okej,
The
currency
Calgurans
trade.
have recruited Faustus,
What?
another NPC from the Heist League.
Åh,
He allows
Åkernas?
you to asynchronously buy and sell currency
Oh.
and most other stackable items with other players without the nuisance of price fixes and people who never respond.
Jandas!
Select what currency you
Båten
want,
Jandas!
say what you have.
Bara...
And your
Vänta!
ideal rate.
Scarabs också!
It works kinda like a real-life stock market. Faustus will make the trade happen for you, so long as there is someone selling on the other end for the same rate or less. You'll be able to go back
Ja,
to
okej.
Faustus
Så du
while
slipper trada med
trusty
folk då?
Faustus does the dirty
Oh.
work, notifying you when
kan
your
jag
currency
stöna.
is ready for collection. All
Vill
you
jag
need to
kanske
do is
inte ens
pay him
spela
a small
SSF
amount
med
of
lite?
gold for
Det
his
ska jag
time.
visst göra.
Cards on the table.
Ja, fast man går ju
This
lite
is an
minus med guld då, men
experiment
det är
to see
fine.
if this type of asynchronous trading
Men jag är mest intresserad av om man gör någonting. Alltså
releases.
melee rework,
We're
ja. Men jag
very
vill...
excited to
Varför
see
har de
how
bara
it goes.
showat bow-gubbar, vi kan så nerfa
Given
dem.
that
Du är en
Faustus is
bow
an
enjoyer.
expert in black market trade and shady deals, he also provides another
Ja,
service.
Sia TFT i hela chatten.
Åh! Det är såna grejer
Items
från
will
D2.
generate with random rarity, and on average the modifiers on them
gamble.
are better than normal. This can be a very nice way to get some
Well.
targeted items during the campaign.
Nej, det är round.
For serious crafters,
Och det
it
där
can
borde
be a
vara bra
great
early.
starting point for making those elusive
Alltså jag ska
specific
legit
in-game
bara
items,
abusa League
which
Mechanic.
perhaps you could take to the runesmith afterwards. It's
Vilket
worth
dåligt
noting
bälte han fick
that
där.
you can invite Faustus to your hideout, where he will always be available for respecking, currency exchange, and black market items. As your town grows, it will attract more attention,
the frick?
good and bad. Settlers of Kalgur features 3 endgame bosses that will close in on your operations,
Nej, dra åt
wanting a
helvete.
piece of the pie,
Jag ska
They
stå
might capture
orörd
inmates
i
and your
min
workers.
jävla...
even your entire ships.
Nej, jag
You'll
fan
have to make some
inte
tough
båtar.
decisions. Will you take them on or pay them off? One
Neither.
example of a boss is Sasan, the Bandit Lord. You won't stumble across this boss by accident. Instead, this unsavory character can come into your town at night and take your Atlas runners hostage, holding them
Ja
for
grabbar,
ransom.
jag måste logga in på
What
kvällen för det
happens
kommer en
next is up to
boss.
you.
Han ska ha ställa
Perhaps you'll
skiten
refuse to
ur dem.
negotiate with bandits, leading to a fight to defeat Sasan and rescue
Vilken
your
bra
workers.
bild den där gubben kör. Jag CDPS.
If you're not up for the heroics, you might simply pay the ransom in gold. Or perhaps these workers were especially disappointing,
Fuck de
and you'll
hororna.
just leave them for dead in
Schasa
true
bort
Ray
dem.
class fashion. They knew what they were signing up
Fuck
for.
de där workersarna.
Damn right.
Of course, the heroics might be worth it for other reasons.
Drop and that
These
which was
bosses can drop
taken.
new unique items.
Nej. Max.
In
Lord.
sum, Settlers of Kalgur is a very experimental league with new mechanics that will completely change how you play the
Men
core game.
vadå, tar de
I want
bort
see
direct
item,
I've been
alla
thinking
i
a lot of
så,
these
eller?
ideas for a while and can't wait to share them with
Om
you.
det bara kostar guld
But
och
there's a
respecka,
lot
det
more
kommer
to
bli
this
jobbigt
expansion.
eftersom att man kommer ju
Let's
redan
talk
ha
about
massvis med jävla
balance.
grejer och gulda
Well,
på.
we've finally rebalanced the
Balance?
gladiator. It's been a long time coming.
Hej, hej, hej.
Like
Galde.
before, there are passive skills that allow you to invest in bleeding and block. We've designed new skills replacing some of the old ones.
Bleeding.
Like this, War of
Lucky
Attrition,
block.
which is very handy for long sustained boss fights.
Each second.
Further alongside the
Den är
gladiator
borta.
theme, this new passive allows you to combine different weapon types while dual wielding to get a variety of
20%
powerful bonuses.
instant leech.
For example, holding a dagger will give you more critical strike chance, while holding a mace gives you more area of effect. Of course, you could just use Varanastra for all weapon type bonuses.
Oh,
And
jävlar.
finally, we have a new
Oh,
notable which
Varanastra
allows you to
stocks.
invest in the newly added retaliation skills. These are active skills which require you to meet a certain condition in order to use them. Once you
Quinn
meet
build.
that condition, you can unleash devastation on your foes.
De var, ja.
Here we have Eviscerate, which requires you to have a shield.
Eviscerate, bleed boys,
Or
bleed!
for those who like to dual
Bli the Viscerate boys.
Nej
which
fan
is
Rogue, jag ska
great
bara
for
trycka Sinister
obliterating
Strike.
Jävlar vad
4
han
gånger.
bajsade.
Jävlar.
Here we have the Divine Retribution
Okej.
skill. This one has the
Melee
condition
League.
requiring you to block. You can then unleash a devastating spell, causing lightning bolts to strike the ground in an X shape around your target location, doing huge amounts of damage.
Det här är lite
Melee League
komboaktiga
boys.
spel nu.
And of course, in true Path of Exile
Gam.
fashion, there are many avenues to invest in these mechanics further on the passive tree
More
and a new
cooldown
support gem.
recovery rate.
You are
Use
able to increase the leeway duration after meeting the condition, reduce the
Skills
cooldowns,
fortify
or
on hit,
just increase their
gain
damage.
rage.
The world's your oyster.
Jävlar. Could be cool.
The Gladiator wasn't the only Ascendancy class we've changed. As we develop Path
Oh.
of Exile systems, we often find ourselves reusing mechanics, increasing their depth, and allowing more avenues to invest into them. As such, the Raider Ascendancy class found itself lacking, with many of its
Raider.
passives commonly available
Alltså han
elsewhere.
fryser ju allt.
We want
Han
our
fuskar
Ascendancy
ju.
classes to always feel like they're pushing the boundaries, allowing you to
Pushing the
change your
boundaries.
character in ways that are meaningful and ideally unique. As a result, we've straight up removed the Raider.
Vad säger du?
Rest in peace.
RIP
And we've
Raider.
added a new class in its place, the Warden. This class is largely inspired by its
Warden.
predecessor from the Affliction League, with a few changes. The Warden now focuses on elemental attacks, changing the behavior of shock, enhancing freeze,
Okej.
and replacing ignite with scorch. There's also a skill that allows you to
Okay.
go ballistic with your elemental damage, periodically. The class also grants Bark
While
Skin,
unbound.
which is a skill that can be used to mitigate physical
Bark.
damage from hits. After taking a number of hits, it
Inte
increases your
tincturen då?
evasion, making it a great
buffad eller
defensive
nerfad
choice.
barkskinnen.
Finally, the
kan
last
inte ha
thing the
Bark Skin
Warden
på
can
alla gubbar,
specialize
vilket är
in
bra.
is tinctures.
Yeah.
These are an alternative to flasks from the Affliction League. We're bringing them back with adjusted mechanics.
An additional thing.
Tinctures can be placed in your belt,
Okay.
replacing flasks. You can inherently only have one tincture active
Vänta,
at a
bleed
time,
tincture fanns det förut?
and it requires a melee weapon
Vet
to
faktiskt
use.
inte.
While activated, they grant
Jag känner
a
lite tillbaka
powerful
den där
buff.
poison tincturen.
They can drop as magic items or be
Vänta, alla kan ha
modified
den då?
currency to grant extra
Kan
bonuses.
craft. Kunde man göra det förut? Det tror jag inte. Va?
Nej.
Here is a
Nej, det där, och alla kan använda tinctures alltså. Okej.
This one increases elemental damage
elemental
by
damage.
100% while active.
Oh jävlar.
You'll notice it has two extra effects.
Inflicts mana
One is that it
burn.
applies mana burn every second.
Mana
is a
burn,
debuff that
yeah.
builds up while tinctures are active that causes you to lose mana,
Nej men fy fan.
losing more mana for each stack.
Nej men fy fan.
Tinctures also have a cooldown, so once you have disabled one,
men
no
usch.
other tincture can be enabled for a time.
Det är det där de
These
vill att
changes
flaskor
make
ska vara dock
tincture
tror jag.
use a more active and interesting
Men de ska
choice
inte
than
vara
Warden
mana
Affliction.
dependent, gör de bara en
Both
timer
mana
då.
burn and the cooldown can be
Probably.
modified through modifiers on the tinctures or on the passive skill tree. Players will want to maximize their tincture uptime for sure. Here we have a couple other tinctures. The Poisonberry tincture is excellent for poison builds. The Rosethorn tincture is the choice for those wanting
Okay.
to deal critical strikes.
Bara melee weapons eller?
You might be wondering, with the removal of the
Det är väl-
Raider,
de vill att melee
where has
ska
the
använda.
Frenzy Charge investment gone? We've
man ha det
added a
på-
Frenzy Charge passive skill to the Dead
What?
Or accuracy.
replacing the
Oj
Rupture passive skill.
jävlar. Det där.
On top of Ascendancy classes, we
Vänta, det var ju något mer där uppe vänster, vad var det?
of core mechanics.
Kanske bara var
This time
flyttad.
taking pains to ensure easy access through the passive tree, skill gems, and
More
simple
accuracy
items.
could be
We
massive
don't
för
want
att...
Plus
all the
Frenzy
powerful
Charge
mechanics
also.
to be hidden behind layers of complexity. Let's just rapid fire through the key points.
Ja, rapid
If
fire
you
om
want
jag
more
får.
detail later, you can read
Ja,
the
lyssna nu
patch
då.
notes, which will be dropped after the live stream. Be sure to let us know what you think. There's a lot of changes, so be prepared for a bit of a shock to the system. I expect it will take several days for the dust to settle on this one. Firstly,
Ja, stackars
we've
de
made some drastic
POB-gubbarna nu.
alterations to melee skills.
Kom igen.
Let me just rip this band-aid off. Melee totem skill gems have been removed.
Yes. Oh. Fuck
We're
Toyota.
trying to
Ooh.
adopt a philosophy with melee going forward that, unlike other builds, it will be far less oriented
Hade de,
around set and forget
teasat det här redan?
gameplay.
Ja.
You will
Ja,
deal
det hade
the
de.
damage yourself, and you should be rewarded for doing so. To compensate, we have buffed the damage on almost every single melee skill. As the majority of this damage growth comes from gem levels, we have also made them cost more mana as they level, but it's nothing like the mana costs on spells. Here are some examples of the damage and costs before and after.
Ja, får se då.
Heavy Strike has gone from dealing 313% attack damage at gem level 20 to a massive
Whoa.
552%
That's a lot
attack
of
damage.
damage.
It's also worth noting
Det
it's no
sitter,
longer
vad heter
knocks
han, där
enemies
karln
back.
där och runkar nu. Han bara
And Sweep has gone from dealing
Helikopter!
281%
Yo!
attack damage
Yeah,
Copter
det är fan-
to
time!
dealing
det är igång.
664% attack
Ja,
damage
fast den
at gem
tappade
level 20.
fläten.
Ja, tappa
These are
flä.
just two examples, but the
bara
majority
man
of
får
melee
big
skills are now
weapon så är
dealing
det-
Alkaiser,
approximately
han bara-
75%
han
more
kommer ju
damage
fixa nu.
at level 20.
Han kommer
Of
flyga
course,
iväg.
with melee comes close proximity combat, so you need some good
Öppna Alkaiser
defensive
nu.
options. New base types with higher defensive values will now drop throughout the endgame. As you reach yellow, red, and purple maps, you can expect to find higher tier base types in each.
Okej.
For
That's
example, Val
not bad.
Regalia and Hubris Circlet are no longer the best in slot items for energy
Alltså det är
shield.
ganska big
There
diff
are new
alltså.
base types that
Yeah.
surpass them. Combined with some
299.
quality changes, which we'll talk about
Men var det
soon,
toppro eller?
you can now get better
Förut var det
items
typ
than ever before
150
in these
något, va?
slots.
Jag vet
To
faktiskt inte ens
compensate,
vad
we
det
have
är.
reduced
Nej,
the
200
amount of
tror jag
flat
det var.
evasion and armor from the Grace and Determination auras. But overall, you're getting more defenses than before.
Ja.
Max rollvalregalia
On
163.
top of this, we have buff life modifiers on magic and rare equipment. You can now get as high as 189 additional maximum life from a single modifier on body
That's
armors, and more on other slots too. Calm's Heart has also finally been
Legacy
restored to
Calms,
former glory,
boys!
and once again grants plus 1000 to maximum
Legacy
life.
Login dude.
I mentioned quality.
Still
Quality
shit
of
säger
weapons
Alk.
and armors is being changed to apply multiplicatively. In other words, weapons with full quality will give 20% more physical damage, and armor with full quality will have 20% more local defenses. For melee, this will mean a damage increase for almost all builds using
Där
physical
är
damage
inte ens
attacks. And
topprollad
it will mean more
ES,
evasion,
chest och
armor,
fucking
energy
1000
shield,
plus
and
ES.
ward for all builds.
Jesus. Bro.
Endurance charges no longer grant elemental resistances, but
Nej.
instead grant additional elemental damage reduction, making it multiplicative with resistances.
Yo!
You can now
Endurance
get
charges.
4% per charge,
Okay.
alongside
That's
the existing 4%
insane.
physical damage reduction.
Okay,
To
that's
compensate, we
insane.
have made some changes to the
That
Diviner,
is
and
melee
various
buff.
unique items like Eternal Damnation.
Det är
You
typ
can get
buff till
more maximum
allting.
resistances from the tree, specifically around the Marauder class start. These of course can
Okay.
stack with the new elemental mitigation from endurance charges.
Alla builds kommer
On
ju
top
vilja
of
ha
this, Jules can now roll
endurance
maximum
charges nu.
elemental resistances as modifiers.
What?
Since we're making elemental mitigation more accessible,
De här,
we've
undrar vad
heavily
då
reduced
måste de ju
accessibility to
tagit
physical
De vill väl att det ska vara
damage
lättare för alla att få
and
90 då, I guess.
elemental damage.
Ja men om du har den här
Those stats
veden
are
också,
still
vad heter den?
around,
Adorn.
but you should
Melody.
not expect to be getting full conversion anymore.
Ja, du menar... Kör med
All
Adorn.
block
Adorn.
passives have been buffed,
Ja, men de
so
lär
you
jag
can
tagit
now
bort
more
då.
easily achieve block cap from just the passive tree.
Nej,
Vad
block.
sa de med LA? Jag hörde inte.
The Keystone Versatile
Någonting med
Combatant
conversion.
has been improved to have less of a penalty to maximum block. A number of Life
Okay.
Leech passives have been buffed to generally allow for more acquisition of maximum leech rate for life.
Yeah, I guess fine, men...
Vow Pact has been reinstated to its former glory for instant Life Leech,
Oh,
only for melee. We've reworked Flesh and Stone.
only for
Previously,
melee.
this buff skill granted Maim and Blind, depending on the stance of our character.
Take less
Now,
damage
while
from
in
you.
Sand stance, the skill simply provides damage mitigation, becoming
Decent, I
more
guess,
effective the
tror jag.
closer you are to enemies.
Okej,
While in blood
den här är ju
stance,
bra
enemies
alltså.
will take more physical damage the closer you are to them. This skill will now greatly favor melee or close range gameplay.
Beror på hur mycket den ger när man
Given we're
levlar
doing a
den.
Kalguran League, Ward has also received a bit of attention. There are new uniques that grant Ward, and the base restoration of Ward is now
Det är en aura
faster.
också så du kan ampa den.
To compensate, Olroth's resolve has been nerfed,
Den här
but
grejen.
Ward loop builds will still be possible.
Wardloop possible.
Anyway, that was most of the purely defensive changes. Now let's look at some of the offensive and utility-based ones.
Ja, säg då.
There are more and better ways to deal with mana as an attacker on the southern hemisphere of the passive tree.
Mana kost.
Fish,
Och en till aura
Wands,
kluster.
daggers,
Closer
scepters,
range.
claws, and staves now have higher critical strike chance values than ever. Wands can go as high as 10% without modifiers.
Okej, 9.
Sandstorm Visage has been made rarer to compensate, instead of reducing its power. For you wand attackers, wands now have higher attack speed than ever to compensate for their low damage. Wand exclusive skills
Oh.
such as Power Siphon, Kinetic Bolt, and Kinetic Blast now have faster attack times.
Okay.
Impale passives have been revised and in
Okay.
general buffed. The buffs
Pale
granted by
effect.
Warcries are now simpler but more
Extra.
significant and more universal to builds. They also now apply to allies by default.
Okay.
Banners have been reworked. Instead of having a reservation cost, they are now free. However, they don't grant a permanent
What?
buff. Banners now need to be placed for the effect to be
Ja,
active.
någon placer.
However, once placed, they are far more powerful than before.
Är det bara för bossar?
Additionally, there are new ways to prolong the
Okej,
effect
actually mandatory.
and more ways to invest in them than ever before. Rage has been made
Okay.
more fundamental and discoverable. Rage is now multiplicative attack
Oh.
damage, but no longer inherently grants attack
Mul-
speed
more?
or movement speed. It has a
No
new
attack
cap,
speed.
and you can find many new passive clusters that allow you to invest into the mechanic. The goal is to make Rage more powerful as a baseline and less gated behind the use of specific unique items and ascendancy classes.
Let's go.
Berserk has been nerfed, just so you're aware.
Yes, fuck Berserk.
We have changed how bleed works too. You can now find aggravated bleed on the passive tree. When applied,
Ska vi köra
all
bleed
bleeds on the
båt?
enemy will deal damage as if the enemy is moving for the remainder of their duration.
Yes, always the...
The skill and snaring arrow
Aggravate,
no longer
okay.
interacts with bleed, so no more will you have to apply bleeds and
Okay,
swap to a
that's
bow.
actually
You
playable.
can now achieve the same result using aggravated bleed passives without the annoyance. Rupture from the Deadeye
Måste spamma
has
lite
been
attacks
turned
dock.
into a support gem.
Ah. Okay.
We've added the new overexertion
Okay,
support gem,
yeah.
which highly favors
Each
slam
war
builds.
cry, Jesus. That's gonna be a lot of damage.
Now,
Oh, and Kaiser
time to
pogging.
look at a hot topic, Magic Find.
Delete.
In the Settlers of Kalgur expansion, we are
Oh.
going to be removing item quantity bonuses from all character items.
Yes,
This
fuck
will
that.
not affect existing items in standard.
Nice.
Fuck
Magic Find is
MF.
intended to be another access on your gear you can scale once you have achieved
Opening
the
fob
power
gun.
you want. With item quantity being only available on unique items, this meant if you wanted to get the most out of it, you had to be playing a very specific build.
100%. Okay.
We still want people to be able to
Come
invest
on,
into Magic
rarity
Find,
point.
but now
Rarity.
only through item rarity.
Yeah. Okay.
This can be obtained on a number of rare item slots
Yep.
and by a much larger number of builds. What about Ventor's Gamble, you might ask? Here it is now.
Mono reservation.
This is one of the biggest balance patches we've ever done.
Interesting,
I
interesting.
can't promise that existing builds will all be safe. Even
Wait.
we aren't able to predict all the outcomes here, nor have we even gone into every single change, just the major ones. I don't know, man. Balance is hard. But the sheer number of new, viable options is exciting, especially for melee. And we're determined to drag the game in a better direction. Be sure to read the patch notes after this. It's going to be a ruckus.
Knulla in kycklingarna.
In 3.24, we overhauled the in-game experience by introducing a new tier of maps and reworking scarabs. We
Oh,
want to continue to improve these systems and introduce more exciting in-game content every league. 3.25 is no exception. Let's check out the myriad of changes coming in Settlers of Kalgur.
Heja, heja.
First up, we are
They are-
changing many scarabs. We won't go into too much detail here to avoid getting lost in the weeds, but here's a few new ones.
Scarab.
Be sure to check out the patch notes after this for more detail. We've also added an additional map device slot, which will be unlocked upon completing your first 10-way Maven encounter.
What är
This
det bara
simply
att göra
allows for
dina
more combinations of
baby?
scarabs and maps, resulting in more difficulty and
måste
more
inte.
rewards.
Jo,
This
det
is on
måste.
top of the existing additional slot
Mycket
that can be
guld droppas.
unlocked
Jävlar
by
vad guld.
completing your first
10 000
tier 17
roughly,
map.
kanske?
There are now 6 map device slots in total. You might have seen our teaser, where we revealed we'll be adding new special encounters to the in-game. One such encounter is the Nameless Seer, lurking in tier 16 and 17 maps.
Tier 16.
This NPC will give you a
Scry a
selection of
map
unique
over there.
items, and you can pick one for free.
Pick me.
In tier 16 maps, he now has an additional feature, where you can scry a map. This allows you to swap the divination card drops of the current map with another map on your atlas.
Wait, what the fuck?
Just one caveat. You cannot
Okay.
have the same map be in multiple swaps at the same time. If you want to undo your choice, you can use a scouring orb on either map on your atlas.
Okay.
We've also made some
That's-
updates to a couple
okay,
of
that's
leagues.
good.
Blight has been updated with some atlas passive skill changes,
Den blight.
and double anointed amulets can now drop in Blight Ravage maps. We've also introduced a new
Okay.
type of oil that can only drop from Blighted and Blight Ravage
First and final
maps.
shot of barrage sequence fire projectiles.
Ritual has also been updated. You can now
Barrage
find one new
return.
and many
Maximum
reworked
chaos
base types,
resistance.
new unique items,
Okay.
corpses you can use to raise as specters,
Fuck. Corpses.
and occasionally a fragment, granting access to the King in the Mist's boss fight from
it
the
be?
Affliction League.
Could it be
Oh, är det från
Drop a
Ritual?
number of unique items that were familiar from the league,
Ritual?
that which was
but
taken?
not that which was taken.
Det är ju
Fuck
lite,
It is now that which was taken away.
det är ju lite pengar från Ritual alltså.
However, he now drops a different modular jewel that you might recognize from the Necropolis League.
Ja, är det den? Perandusjuvelen? Okej. Decent, I guess.
Men varför tog de
In
bort
Tier
den?
16 and Tier 17
Too
maps,
broken, I
you
guess.
can now encounter the
De började knyta ut
Wildwood,
3 modder
also
och inte
from the
ens...
Affliction.
What the fuck?
In
Modsen var ju
case you
så
missed
jävla
it, the Wildwood is a
borken.
mysterious
Ja, men ha
forest
2
fraught
då?
with danger.
Jag tror även
Oj.
det hade varit
In
för
the
bra.
darkness you will find
Nja,
magical
det är jävla
wisps
svårt att få
yearning
2
for
bra, så.
freedom.
Det behöver vara
Upon
En moddare var ju inte
they will
sjuk.
empower the
en
monsters
bra
in
och
your
en
map,
decent,
promising
så
more
det är ju
danger but more rewards.
bra mycket bättre än en 4.
You may also find random
The
sentinels
rare
on the
juvel.
ground near the start of your
Ja,
maps.
men det är inte bättre än andra
On the
unik.
Sentinel League,
Juvel.
Nej, men
they work in a
det
similar
behöver-
way to
Det
Det är
är
det du måste... Det är ju ändå mot Watchers du måste
but you
compara.
can click on them and then they can be activated in that area at any
2
time of your choosing.
klusterjuveler plus några juveler.
Okej, det där är typ bra Sentinel för dig, William.
Increasing their difficulty and rewards.
Du har en på areat och så
And
sen
here's one
kan
for
du
those who like
är
to
den bara i
live
the area.
dangerously.
Japp.
You may occasionally find a reflective mist from the Kalandra League.
Åh,
It has 2 outcomes. It could drop a
Okej.
jewelry item with randomly enhanced or
Snälla.
inverted modifier values. Or it can give a reflecting mist item, which can be used on an existing piece of jewelry to
Snälla
perform the
säga.
same action
Ja,
at
det är
a
en
time of your choosing.
consumable.
Good luck.
Tack.
Nice.
There's many other small changes to
Hoppas
League
att den
content.
inte...
Oh, that's good.
By removing the first
Satan.
15 most boring waves of the simulacrum and rebalancing its rewards to improve the chances of finding unique jewels.
Alltså den här
We're
ligan.
also adding some of the beasts from
Ja,
Anahar's
det
memory
lär
of
vara mycket att
harvest
göra.
beasts to the
Log
core
in,
pool.
dude.
This includes the Black Morrigan.
Harvest Beast Core Pool.
In other news, we've added a set of new chisel types,
What the
which can be
Beast.
applied to your maps to get different bonuses.
Kyss.
While the cartographer's chisel still increases
Wait,
item
what?
quantity, there are new ones that
Får
now
se på
increase
dem då.
rarity, pack size, increased chance for currency items,
Oh,
divination cards, and
Okay.
scarabs.
beror på
It's
hur
also
rare
worth
de är.
mentioning that chisels now apply 20% quality per chisel to white maps, 10% to yellow maps, and 5% to red maps and higher. Unique
Det beror
maps
på
still
hur rare
require
de
the
där
full
nya
20
är.
chisels. Also, only one type of chisel can be applied to a map
Yeah,
at a time.
obviously. Ja, ja.
100%
During
more currency.
324, we made a change to Tier 17 maps that allowed them to be rerolled with Chaos Orbs. We are now expanding the currency types that can be used on them to also include currencies like chisels and Val Orbs.
I don't know.
Ultimately, the only restriction Tier 17 maps now have is that explicit modifiers cannot be removed from them. We have also revised the difficulty of these maps, as they didn't quite hit the mark.
Ja, snälla inte.
The monsters in them now have
cringe.
substantially less life and deal less damage, meaning Tier 17 maps now better fit into the progression
Okay.
between Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacle content.
Hoppas jag.
Lastly, we've adjusted the drop rate of Valdo's puzzle boxes. Previously, we were adapting its drop rate based on the possible outcomes selected by supporters. So many supporters really wanted Mage Bloods, so the box was hardly dropping. Thus, we have drastically increased the drop rate of the box, but reduced the probability of getting chase unique items from it, like Mage Blood. Overall, we have taken care not to reduce the number of Mage Bloods total in the economy. We figured it was better to have more tickets for fun rather than barely
En
seeing any boxes in the
bajskorv,
league.
ja.
We've been hard at work
En
improving
shiny
the Path of
korv.
Exile
Oh,
experience on
control
consoles.
native ports.
Jag ringer
Nu är
till
det
Norge
någonting-
så kommer
With
man med
native ports
backpacken
for
och
the Xbox
kontroller.
Series consoles already being released, and PS5 on the near horizon, the game now takes full advantage of the console hardware. Loading times have been reduced even further, pop-in has been reduced, and textures won't start unloading in heavy scenes. Furthermore, overall visual fidelity has been improved
Jag
for
springer och
all new
kissar bredvid.
generation consoles. Path of Exile now uses the highest available resolution textures and water effects. We've installed a new upscaling algorithm that improves the crispness of dynamic resolution, with an additional anti-aliasing pass on top of that. With these upgrades, we also support variable refresh rate TVs and monitors on PlayStation 5 and on all Xbox consoles. In the options, players can
60
now
hertz.
choose which
How much
aspect of visual fidelity they want to focus on: resolution, image quality, or target frame rate. In 324, we added some new encounters and secrets to the campaign. In Settlers of Calgur,
Oh.
we're adding even more. We're not going to spoil them all here, but keep an eye out for anything unfamiliar on your adventures. Who knows what you'll find?
Ja.
I mean, I know, but still. There's an underground bunker underneath the refinery, guarded by powerful robots. I wonder what's been hidden away here.
Ja, vad kan det vara?
How do I unlock
Bögsentinel.
this mysterious door? What riches must lay inside?
Ge mig loot.
Blighted growths have appeared in the gardens and sewers of San. A vault containing riches can be found in the reliquary. As you might have seen in our teasers, there's a slew of quality of life features we've been working on. Here's a quick summary.
Yes, mer.
You'll no longer need to interact with waypoints to unlock them. You can just walk by and they'll activate automatically. When using keyboard and mouse, you'll be able to pick up items from further away.
Mer
We're adding
QL.
static
Mer.
life bars to some
Säg
bosses.
alla QL.
Not all bosses will have them just yet, but we'll be adding more over time. You can now see which divination cards drop in each map by hovering over them on your atlas. When you
Satan.
die, you can now resurrect without having to reactivate all your reservation effects, like auras
Hur ska
and
jag då veta om
heralds.
jag dör när jag kraschar?
You can start harvest encounters with just a single action. The amount of quality provided by currency items like whetstones is now based on the
Det är så
item
sjukt
level,
bara. Att
rather than item
att fixa
rarity.
två
Those
klick i ett
currencies
klick,
now
det
apply a
tog de hur
20% quality to very
långt.
low level items, with that amount reducing as the item level increases.
Slow and steady.
Next up,
Ta
we're
bäst
going to be
supporter
talking
packs!
about our new
Det här är ju
Oh.
viktigt!
Det var jag kramar då.
Today, we're launching
Jag vet
two new
inte,
series of
sitter väl
supporter
redan
packs,
med
the
Soltin
Paladin
och
and Penance packs.
Jesper.
Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive
Fan, precis innan
microtransactions.
också. Ja, poggers.
These packs are only available for the duration of the Settlers of Calgary
Oh
League
my God.
and will leave the store forever when it ends.
Ja, du ser.
As
Köp nu
always,
fort.
the
Om det
microtransactions
snart
in these
slut.
packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
Oh my god.
The Paladin series of support
Nej, inte
packs
character.
contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Jävlar vad roarna
Alltså.
kör.
Ja, men alltså, det är inte character progression och så
Adorn
som
your
påverkas,
weapon
men din
or
FPS
shield
kan
with the
påverkas.
Paladin weapon effect.
Ganska negativt också.
Ja,
av
och
konstig anledning.
Make a show of leveling
Ja,
up
det
with
finns
the
typ
Harpy
2
flyover
MTX
level
som
up effect.
höjer
Tornado
FPS.
shot och spark.
Equipping the Divine Paladin armor set will periodically cause slain enemies to be consecrated and laid to rest.
Suction.
This set also comes with a matching back attachment.
Jag springer och gör
Both the
kaffe.
helmet and back attachment have options to display the radiant glow, or not. You pick. The Divine Judgment finisher effect locks onto unique enemies before obliterating them with a laser from the heavens. May your critical hits resonate across Rayclast with the Cleric's Bell back attachment. Invite your friends to spend a day at the races in the Vasteri Racecourse hideout. Add rowers to the track to race them against each other. Or you can just spectate from the sidelines. The Penance Pack series also has 6 exclusive microtransactions. With the Penance back attachment equipped, a repentant soul is chained to your back and lashed with lightning. Ouch. Place none other than the Trial Master in your hideout and have him comment on your chaos and Val crafting attempts.
Your luck is over, fool.
He even keeps a record of how many Chaos and Val orbs you've used in your hideout during the league, or across all leagues. Blood stains your armor the more life you lose when wearing the
missat allt
Acolyte's
viktigt.
Penance armor set.
Ja,
Ja.
ska ju ha trial master in hideout.
The
Han
Zealot's
trackar ju
Madness
bara
portal
keys och
effect
varor står
fragments as you
han.
near it.
Jävlar.
The Cauldron map device boils maps, fragments, and scarabs placed into it, keeping a tally of how many have been thrown into the pot in the current league or across all leagues.
Oh, that's actually cool.
The exiled squire pets follow in your footsteps, hyping you up for battles,
No sweat for you, boss.
providing pessimistic commentary,
Kolla båten, det är ju du och jag.
Yep.
or voicing their disdain for you to bring you down a peg.
About time you kicked the bucket.
These packs are now available for purchase
Nu
on
köper
both
vi.
PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile,
Ska jag bara kolla
Settlers
vad
of
det kostar,
Kalgur.
vad kostar det?
Meanwhile, the
Buy
Solar
packs.
and Eldritch packs leave the store forever at the launch of
Åh
Settlers of
nej,
Kalgur
de
League.
lämnar
So
forever.
now's your
Vad
last
ska jag
chance to
göra?
purchase them. Thank you so much for
Jag
your
måste
ongoing
köpa
support.
allting fort.
Now we have one more thing to announce before getting into the Q&A.
Ja, kom igen då. Säg.
Ja,
We
den
are
där
soon going to be
supporterpacket för att få
running
den
a small
där
closed beta
kitteln
test
kostar
for Path of
$90.
Exile 2. We have
Gott.
been taking sign-ups for the Path of Exile 2 beta
för-
tests over at
Ja,
pathofexile2.com.
kör lite beta
We
då,
will
boys.
only be selecting a very limited number of people for this first test.
Åh, nu
but
kan
if
jag
you
få
want to make sure
Corsair
that you are
back
considered,
attachment.
then head over to the website and register your email address now. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D.
Undrar om
Afterwards,
hemsidan är
we'll
uppdaterad.
post Path of Exile
Nej.
Settlers of Kalgur's full patch notes.
Så här,
With
Ja,
release at the end of next
Persnons-forumet
week,
uppe, det är
our community
inget.
team will be posting crucial information you'll need for
Om du
Settlers of
hittar URLen så är det
Kalgur's
säkert
release.
uppe.
Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box and this season's Kerax Vault Pass. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to building our towns alongside you, trying
Fan
new
vad vi ska
builds,
bygga.
slaying monsters, and exploring new in-game strategies next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Notifikationer. Jag kan få min back attachment. Flytta på er. Nu ska jag hämta upp min back attachment. Hur hämtar jag då? Hämta nu. Hämting.
Så logga in i spelet.
Jag har hämtat. It
Nej,
is
inte om du har
hämtad.
anslutit.
Ja, okej, ja, då så. Hemsidan uppe igen.
Vänta. Tobbe, sa de någonting om Detonated? Jag har redan glömt bort.
Nej, de sa inte någonting om det.
Tobbe ska spela DD och vara en metacook.
Good morning, Exiles.
Det var så jävligt cool MTX.
Vad är det för jävla kamera de har?
De har min kamera 720p från 2004 skin. Jävlar vad låg de är.
Some real whiplash.
Ja, verkligen.
Some huge announcements there. It just kept going. Like
Jesus, jag hör ingenting.
you guys just kind of got in a room together and
Jag hör, men det är
set up
knappt.
the whiteboard and put everything on there, huh?
Drar jag upp volymen så kommer de göra det så blir man döv.
Well,
And there it
end of
is.
the day, really, it's we have this much
Han är
time,
mycket
we
högre.
have this many people who can
let's
do
all
what we do, and we
fixa.
just keep going till the end.
Ja,
Like,
då
it
hade han
doesn't
bäst.
stop here. Like, we've still got one more week, right? Like, there are still changes that can be made, so we're going to keep making them. So, but yeah, it's huge. It is absolutely massive.
Yeah, Jonathan was saying to me the other day, I don't think it's that big, and I was like, mate, that was crazy. It just kept going.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from my perspective, I kind of look at this and I'm like, okay, when I compare it to the amount of stuff that's being created for PoE 2, it seems small, but yeah, when you actually think about it, it's like, yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Fan vad
fair enough,
skattgammer eller?
making a whole new game.
Det är
But
inzoomningskameran,
we're
tror
only
jag.
talking about Path of Exile 1
For sure, for
today,
sure.
and you gave it
Den
plenty
på
of
Sig
space
är väl den
to
värsta.
shine.
De
And,
andra såg väl inte
Ja.
så illa
we've
ut.
got returning
Nej, men alltså
leagues,
när
we've
de
got
zoomar in
whole
det ser fan
a lot
inte
going
bra
Ja,
ut.
det gör de.
and some very
Det är ju
experimental
fan
content as well.
50p
And
typ.
with all of that, you did
Jävla testet ju med cam.
once again with the
Stream
concept and
amazing.
potential.
Jävlar
of
vad
the league,
han ser
and
likadan
you
ut.
sailed away and left us stranded on the dock once
Ja,
more.
nu är
What,
utloggar hemsidan.
what gives?
Måste man, åh, de har en ny
It's very
hemsida
much
nu.
not intentional.
Nu måste man logga in
I
igen.
suspect, and honestly, I
Det är väl tvåan?
I honestly reckon if someone actually got a boat league, they wouldn't end up actually liking it. But we can only really prove that by testing it, and so maybe one day we'll get there. But until then, you're just going to have there'll be boats, but you won't be on the boats. Maybe one day we'll see.
All right. We'll have to keep dangling that just out of reach for us. So, does this feel like to you guys? And I've seen this theory floated around a lot of a bit of a send-off league for Path of Exile 1, in a sense that we've got the Path of Exile 2 beta kind of just around the corner now.
I guess I don't really see it that way because, you know, we intend to keep on making PoE 1 leagues. You know, we're going to, like, you know, it really is just, you know, the standard league cycle, you know. It is hard as a studio making two things at the same time, for sure. But, you know, that's something we just have to sort of get used to. And yeah, we certainly wouldn't want people to think, oh yeah, this is like the last PoE 1 league or something like that, right? It's definitely not the case. You know, like we're going to be continuing to make PoE 1 leagues, and, you know, that like you should expect to see things of this size in the future as well.
So, Settlers of Kalgur, it adds gold, and I think we should touch on that and the whole currency exchange thing first. So, it's obviously using gold for its features, its progression with the workers and upgrading buildings and things like that. But you're also experimenting with some core game features like respecs and a trading fee for the new currency exchange. Huge announcement there. So those that have been following Path of Exile 2 will be familiar with the concept of gold and why that's a thing that you might add to the game now after it's not had gold for so long. But could you explain what is the idea behind gold?
So really, I mean, gold is something that PoE 1 obviously never had. I think it's something that, in retrospect, I think that didn't help the game. The important thing with gold is that it's not used as a trading currency. Like, gold needs to be something that is only, like, it's bound to the individual character, and that means what it effectively is a measure of how much actual play that you've done, right, since you can't trade it between players. And that means that it actually ends up being a perfect currency to be able to do something like gate the player-to-player trade with an automated system like that, because, you know, in order to be able to... you can't just sit there flipping all day. You actually have to be able to go and play the game as well, and that sort of prevents the kind of crazy inflation that you can get with other automated, you know, auction house type systems that you see in other action RPGs. Or at least that's the theory. But the thing is that we have to test this stuff, and this is the reason why we're really trying to do it as a league mechanic to start with, to sort of see, like, you know, is it going to work? Is the economy going to go weird? You know, what's going to happen? That way we can kind of dip our toe in, see what happens, you know, test this.
Du måste
you know,
inte köpa supporter packet.
You know, like in the office, right? Like it is something we don't, you know, we don't have thousands and thousands of people that you would need to be able to actually see how that goes. So on some level, you know, we kind of need our community to see what happens with the economy to be able to test something like that, and that's just, you know, one of the few areas where that's like that.
Svettas du ska köpa och inte vara en fegis.
Goes fine. It's just way better. We can then immediately put it in, you know, the core game as soon as we've done with that. Ideally without too many tweaks, and then that'll be good. But yeah, we really have to see by putting it in a league first.
The thing I really like about this gold idea is that it allows you to effectively be converting this idea of friction in user experience of like physically trading into actual gameplay.
Vad fan heter det? Kaptens hatt på ena så kommer den köra fort.
That really helps. And as I said, like this system, you know, like it'll be also really nice to be able to see how it works before PoE2 as well. Like it's really nice to, you know, to be able to do that. And, we may be able to go further than this. Like the intention is to go further, and you know, so this is effectively our first the first part.
Han sitter och kollar på...
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I don't know if you know.
What there is also one thing about this, and just because it maybe wasn't clear, is that despite being in the league, gold is just dropping as items from killing everything in the game. You can as you play the game, you're getting gold. You don't actually need to engage with the league to use the gambling, use the respecking, or use the currency exchange. So despite being in the league, and the gold is only dropping in the league due to us being more experimental with it and seeing how it goes, like if you don't like the league's mechanics, it's not like those are gated behind that as well. I just wanted to clarify that just in case anyone was like, you know, thinking, I don't want to...
You know, you can just invite Faustus into your hideout and then just use him for that, and you know, and that can be the only thing you do if you want.
So all that
Warden är ute I alla fall.
Gambling and stuff is all like, fully accessible even if you don't do any of the other stuff.
For sure.
Which means, of course, if it is successful, it can port into the core game very, very easily. You just turn gold drops on, put Faustus in, done. I mean, there's a little bit more than that, but you know, that's generally the summary of it. It doesn't have to come with the whole kind of city building element and all of that comes alongside it.
Yeah, so do you see it being something that's likely to stick around then, and that's kind of the intention?
That is certainly our intention. It's just that we want to be able to still have an out if things go horribly wrong, or if we feel like we need to change some stuff. So yeah, like it is certainly our intention to keep it in if we can.
It's a nice little safety net at being part of the league for you then. Safety rip.
Probabilities are high, and I suspect also no one's going to let us remove it, right? So, like, let's be realistic here.
Det är värt att gå tincture
alltså. Have to go horrifically wrong for everyone.
No, let cringe med mana kostdyngan.
Yeah.
Man får inte ha för mycket auras då. Men hur funkar det då med mana? Alltså så länge du träffar och har mana leech och mana on hit, då borde du...
Den rampar ju som gamla
range. Du borde ju kunna ha ganska länge.
Ultimately it's a sink. You don't want gold to just be accumulated forever. But the awesome thing is that it's a way to target specific base types. And that's ultimately the luxury. So obviously when you're going through the campaign and you're looking for specific targeted gear upgrades, very, very useful for that.
Jag kommer inte gå i närheten av det.
It, as you get higher and higher level, I guess as you upgrade your tavern, I
Eller
guess
kan det kunna
technically sort of,
autoaktivera?
but also as you just get higher level, it upgrades
Maybe.
the modifier tier
Probably.
rating, which
Maybe.
was a term
Men
some
eftersom
people
att
might
det inte är
not
en
know that was used in the
flask så vet
Acropolis
jag
League,
inte om du kan
which
ha de där
effectively
grejerna
cuts
på
off the
dem. I don't
bottom
Nej, men du kanske bara kan högerklicka den.
tiers that can
Yeah,
generate.
that's
So,
true.
so the items by endgame
Ja, det är
will be
inte så, då
generating with a
kommer jag inte.
minimum tier higher than something, and thus they are pretty powerful items.
It's worth mentioning that like there's quite a lot of changes in this.
Den här jävla chocken är väl helt
around
insane,
the
eller?
idea of how
Oath
can
of
we make
Spring.
rares more
Maximum
viable,
shock is
than
12%.
like quite a lot of the balance things are actually
Increased
around this
damage
idea,
taken.
and that extends to things
Maximum
like
effect
adding more
reduction.
base types.
You
higher
can
up
apply
and so
up
on
to
make sure
50
that
shocks
there's,
to
you know,
each
like
enemy.
that they can compete with.
Det är 100% more damage
units
taken
more,
per
you know,
shot.
the higher tier life mods,
Ska
all this sort of
rampa
stuff,
då, eller?
and the gambling and the ability to get
Ja,
rares
det
this
blir
way as
bara
well
jävla
is
massa
like
damage.
once again another part of this. So we really want to try and make it so that and the reason why that's important is because if you know,
eller i och för
like
sig,
Mark
det är
said
ju
in
på en
the video
jag höll på att säga på för typ
the item quants problem as well. That was
Jag
one
vill
of the
se
other things that
hela
meant that you had to be
nya
tied to specific uniques.
skillträdet in
Like
All It's
for
God
sure.
of War.
And so yeah, we just wanted to remove more of the barriers that allow people to just be able to use rares, and then that opens up for more different build types. You know, like if
Undrar om de typ
less
nerf,
uniques become mandatory.
fast det lär de ju i så fall ha nämnt om de nerfar life nodes.
Och tincture effect finns på den här trädet.
Attractive expenditure of golds.
Du får 50% tincture
How much
effect.
do you want players to be able
Och
to trade currency freely between
60
each other with
evasion.
this very fast and asynchronous
Bara gå
currency
alla.
exchange system?
Eller nej, 45 blir det. Det
obviously,
blir inte gala.
gold is your ability to control how much of that's happening in terms of volume. How liquid do you want any currency orb drop to be?
So for currency in particular, we're fine with like a very high amount of liquidity. Later on, you know, we've talked about how in POE 2 we're going to be doing asynchronous trade for items as well. For that, we need to have a bit less liquidity, and the reason why is because currency can sync itself, like there is its own currency sync. So effectively, that means that we don't have to like worry too much about fast trade there. Like the relative value should establish, and everything should be okay, and it shouldn't matter too much about that being highly liquid. That said, there is still a gold price to do it because we don't want people literally just sitting there just doing only that forever. But you know, that this is something that we don't want to. It certainly should feel like if you're just playing regularly, that you can get all the currency you want.
Det verkar vara att det är
don't feel
tincture stock.
restricted by the gold price. Like it's not intended to be.
Men hur fan funkar det då?
A normal player
Det
would
lät
run
ju
into,
cringe om
assuming
det
they're
där är
just
de
doing
enda
normal
tre
things
som
with currency.
fanns. Eller i och för sig, det beror på vad det finns
it
för
is still
mods du
meant to
kan
have
rolla
high
på
friction
dem.
early game.
Yeah.
You
Alltså hur jävla
don't
sjuk
want to
kommer
demean the
eventet vara
level
nu
of
då?
experience and the new
Yeah,
player
yeah,
experience
yeah.
where they think the right answer is to go and just trade all of the stuff
15%
away.
reservation
You want it to be
efficiency.
that you're more finding items there and
Right,
getting
right.
things organically,
Yeah.
and only later in the
Men
game
det
does
beror ju
it
också
So the
become...
på
gold
som att
prices
man har
later in the
lagt
game
in
are like
fler
not a
kluster
roadblock at
med
all. The gold
sånt
prices
så
early in the game are a roadblock.
reworkat
So
auras
it's
och grejer så I don't
preventing
know.
that, early game kind of issue.
Yeah, because you want to now,
Patching the
when you're
noting.
leveling your first character,
You do.
to feel like an out.
Yeah, exactly.
Not
exactly.
Undrar om jag ska bli
like, I don't
ritual
want to be
enjoyer.
out.
Bara få massa audience with the king.
Det
Honestly, sounds like a
viktigaste är att
relief that
jag
you're not worried
ska
about
bli
that sort of
boat.
Fast om det bara är den jävla skitgrejen då är det inte så bra.
That kind of
Ja, då den
incentive
där
to hold
Perandus-juvelen
currency,
är ju
spending,
nice.
leveling is always a bit of a bummer.
Jo.
Den
This
Den
sounds
är
like
nog-
a
kommer
bit
inte
of a
vara värd att
momentous
farma.
occasion,
Men det är coolt.
the currency exchange. This because you've had this whole system of like the currency that syncs itself and stuff for so long, and now finally blending that with golds and this system, huge.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's also just a mental block as well, right? Because it's like, how
Yeah.
can you add
Alltså
gold
har
to
Mark
PoE?
ens
It's like,
sagt
you know,
ett
it's just one of
ord?
those. It's one of
Inte.
those things. So
This,
yeah.
Men det är för att de har
this
pratat om
was
gulden.
one of
Ja,
the
men
key
fuck
components that
Jonathan,
was
det är
part
vi
of like
försöker komma
designing the
fram
league.
till.
It was largely like how we started
De
from
kunde ha
that
gjort
point.
sin
'Cause again, when
bilbulla.
you ask most people in the office, most players in
Han
the
har
office
redan botat
and
upp
outside the office, what is the
POB
like,
och
number one problem with
pipat
Path of Exile?
bleed i
Han kan ju ha sin aggravated
Experience
bleed.
gives them the
grabbar.
most negative reaction.
For sure.
Den där jävla War of Attrition, är inte den
And
bruten mot
especially,
Uberosar
and
också?
Vilken var det
I
den
can't
var?
remember if it was last league or the league before. And I was trying to buy
100%
what was I trying
in
to
your
buy?
presence up
It
to
was
maximum
one of the
100% more
catalysts.
damage.
I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I just need a
Men
catalyst up my
inte
rings
bara-
and me.
Oh man.
Hur
And
ofta den
Ja, visst,
är.
du måste stå där i 100 sekunder.
I just went spam, 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 spam.
Men
I got
det-
100 people.
då blir det
Guess
väl
how many
bara att
replied?
den
Zero.
snapshotar
Zero
och
people
det har
replied to
väl
me.
inget.
Now, I know you're
den
meant to
kan väl
scroll
inte
down because all the
resättas
top
man
people
bara
are just
går ut
bad
i range,
actors.
för det lät ju bara
And then
bajs
it's
i
like,
så fall.
okay, I actually got to a point where I was like, okay, genuinely no one replied. And then like so I was just like on Discord, I was like, yo, I need some help buying these things. Can everyone just start messaging everyone trying to get these catalysts for me, please? And so yes, it is actually one of, or was hopefully to be no longer soon, the most frustrating experience you can have as a player at in-game.
Att inte kunna köpa grejer, wow.
Yes, so when we're designing the league, we're like, okay, if this is the number one problem, how are we not taking some sort of stride to solve it?
Jag har inte ens tänkt på det.
So that's kind
Man behöver ju inte ens sitta på POE Trade lika mycket nu om man kan köpa currency in game. Oh my god.
Then it's gold, and then it's like, what can you do with
gold? Det är ju fan dubbel QL, ta mig fan.
All kinds of things. So, yeah, I like that a lot of what we're developing now is coming from a how can we solve actual problems first, as opposed to just, well, as opposed to entirely like how can we add cool content. So how can we do both of these things at the same time? And I feel like a lot of what's going on in this patch is with that philosophy, as opposed to just here's cool stuff. It's solving problems and adding cool stuff at the same time.
I love this trend of you just doing the thing we do and being like, this is awful, just like you said.
Actually awful. I tried to, in that live stream, I tried to voice my disgust at when I talked about price fixes and people who don't reply. But like, if you had got my actual emotional reaction, I would have probably been screaming a little bit and raging like a little bit more.
Yeah, most infuriating thing. And it was one of the things that ground me down last league that stopped me from enjoying as much as I could. So it's huge, and it really pairs in with like the Scarab changes and stuff recently as well. So we'll talk more about that later. But the currency exchange includes fragments, scarabs, anything that's homogenized.
Exactly, that's the word. So yeah, anything, so obviously it can't work with things like maps and so on, because they don't, they're not all identical. It's just anything that where they're exactly the same. No one item can be distinguished from another.
It has to be able to stack. Is ultimately the goal. Yeah. So yes, use the existing trade system for the things that can't. So that's like beasts can't be, maps can't be, incubators can't be because they have a level, things like that. They can't because they cannot guaranteed stack on a single thing. And it's not like you don't want to have a tab of incubators where it's got every incubator level 1, every incubator level 2, every incubator level 3, in this giant mega eternal list. So things like that you'll be trading using the existing way, and all stackables you'll trade, hopefully, using the new way.
All right. But
div cards?
Yes, div cards are in there. Yep.
Wow. Okay.
Yep. Wow. Anything that is stackable, that
there's just so many of them. That's all.
Yeah. Anything that's stackable and has no other variable. Yep.
Wow. Mm-hmm. And you were telling me that like it will list like the 13 most common trade pairs for each item, and
so this is the thing, because with this trade system you can technically trade any item for any other item, because that's how PoE works. So we have to have some kind of way to basically tell players, okay, so here's the actual thing that like people are trading this with. So effectively, unless you're the first person ever to trade something, then it's going to say like, here's the most popular several things that people trade for the store, trade for the sim. It also shows you like the market price, obviously, for what's been going on, as well as okay, so we're getting into stock market terms here. The first five price levels in the order book. So that's to say you can see like what the how many things are available at a few different price levels, and that will allow you to do your trade. So I suppose some people will be learning more about the stock market
patch notes
pretty soon. I guess we'll have I
mean, some people are going to love that.
Yeah, for sure. But one thing just to make sure people understand is like this is still player-to-player trade. Like you don't know who you're trading with, and like it will be instant if there's like liquidity in the market, but it is coming from someone else's actual stash.
Yeah, it's a physical trade.
Vi måste ju fortfarande farma guld, så det kommer ju inte vara massa level 1-bottar som det är nu. Det kommer vara mycket mindre, skulle jag gissa på.
No, it's not that. You're actually buying off someone else.
Du kommer behöva betala guld också när du ska trada instant.
Ja,
det är väl det som är hela grejen.
Sen det kanske kommer vara inte så balanserat till en början.
Exactly.
There's a few other things I'll just mention as well that are adjacent, got implemented as a result. So when you're adding them, it will pull from your stashes. It won't. You don't have to move everything to your inventory first and then do it. So you can, because if people might be wondering, okay, if I want to sell or trade away 5,000 chaos or some number of chaos that won't fit in their inventory, as long as it isn't their stash, you can do it. You can do up to 65,000 of a given currency in a single exchange. If you have that much. What else? There are shortcut binds for moving all of them to your inventory, so you don't have to like control click spam 1,000 times. It is, I believe, control right click will move all of them to your inventory. And also, as a bonus, we have implemented that to and from the stash with all stackables as well. So you can control right-click on a thing in your inventory to move all of that type into your stash. And vice versa.
My 35-year-old hands are falling apart, thank you.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
Best change. Very good. So if this is successful, do you see it being something you expand to being able to do other things that aren't homogenous, so maps and gear and things like that?
Well, that's certainly the plan for POE 2, and it would be nice to be able to do that in POE 1 as well. We just have to work out how it can work exactly. So, well, I believe that we will get there, and that's certainly our intention. So, you know, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, that's the intention. Like this part, I think though is like solving quite a large amount of the problem, because I think this is the currency is what you're doing all the time. You know, you need that to be easy. So like we figured that you know, we needed to get this part out there first.
Yeah, historic for the first time.
Jag ska sno alla dina patch notes innan du...
Ska du jobba imorgon eller?
Perfect. Alright, well, we'll leave the currency exchange there. Thanks for the extra insight on that. Did you have to resist temptation to go like full candle graphs and...
Jag var inte förbi dig.
I'm sure at some point. I'm sure.
Jag var nere i Skåne. Jag var nere till Danmark och ner till Skåne med bil 2 gånger.
We'll have like, you know, community like websites of.
Ja, men jag åkte ju först med morsan och hennes sambo och sen annars så åkte jag med guildpoolen. Fast vi hade fan kunnat sova och stay på vägen hem.
Alla förutom inte du båten, men dina guildpooler.
Jag trodde först skulle säga bara kungen får sova.
Men de hade kunnat... So
there's room for either feedback on UX if they see anything that wants to change, or of course just better understanding of how to use it. It is very easy for someone to get very scared looking at it and go, I don't quite know what to do. But it is pretty straightforward. You just...
Vad är så bra?
It can
Då får vi
be
se vad det blir.
fair yourself out of buying or selling stuff, because you may be like, I don't know what this ratio is, and it provides all that stuff for you. It's pretty straightforward, but still. So hence putting out a video to try and help people out. You know, you can understand going into it.
Som på beställning båda samtidigt.
My trading tips currently is like spam everyone and get really angry. So hopefully it's no longer that afterwards.
That's all of our strategy currently. Excellent. So returning to Settlers of Kalgur, how did this very cozy concept for...
Vad ska man då göra? Jag sitter och väntar på patch notesen.
Well, I know what you pitched me on first was POE World League. That was the first pitch I got.
I remember your initial response, I think, was, "What? Hold on, that could mean many things. Does that mean we have guns?" And I was like, "Well, maybe."
Like Pokemon things,
you know.
Yeah, so it kind of like it moved around a little bit from the initial pitch. I know, like, 'cause I mean, the first pitch was definitely too complicated with all sorts of like, it had like way more stages of different products and all sorts of stuff going on. Like it was pretty crazy, and so it kind of got put into a more sort of like POE applicable like way. But yeah, that was the initial one at least. But I don't know if you've got a
yeah, it was coming from again the philosophy of wanting to solve problems. So I wrote down all the problems. And I was like, how can we solve all these problems? And it was like, well, if you had an NPC for each, and then it's like an NPC, well, that would mean a town for each. And then you want to make some game mechanic out of it, so you have some level of automation and stuff like that. And yes, there was a very, very, very long list at the start. And we ended up just refining it down to like, here are the actual important things that we can do and want to do. But yeah, and then obviously how the rest of it came about, the coziness and using Kalgur and all of that stuff, ultimately just comes from the fact that it's like, well, one thing that takes a long time in development, like a very, very long time, is art, right? It takes a long time. You got your concept, you got research, you got, you know, all the way through to the actual modeling and everything. It is a long process. So all of a sudden when you can be like, well, we've got all this art from this other game here,
Andy.
Yeah. So we actually thought it would be pretty cool, basically, because in Act 4 and POE 2, we've got this whole thing of like the Kalgurans making a settlement on Rayclast. We thought it would be just cool to sort of tell that story of how that happened here, and we've got some of the
That's
stuff
what it
like,
feels
it would be quite nice to do that. That's kind of ended up how that being. But the theme that we got there came after the initial concept of we want to make some kind of settlement town thing, and we're like, okay, what can we do with that? And then we realized, hey, we've already got this sort of storyline we've got going on here in POE 2, might as well connect it up and kind of have like an interesting thing there.
It definitely feels like increasing the scope of the world a little bit, because this is a distant civilization 1,500 kilometers away. I saw on the map, and those are people who have not been involved in the storyline of POE 1. So this is a new expansion there. Worldwise.
I mean, they always sort of technically existed. Like there was lore written for that when we did the previous expansion with them, expedition. But like in POE 2 we kind of expanded on that because we had that location and everything, and so we that just meant that we've got the stuff, and I think it adds a little bit to the flavor to have
It is very, very rare for us to go to talk about or go outside of Rayclast ever.
Yeah, there's presumably a whole world out there, but we've not really heard too much about it, right?
It's not just like here's a planet of water with this like tiny little island, right? Like
the Star Wars planets.
So
all just one thing.
What we're saying is Boat League is possible. It's not like it's just land everywhere.
Confirmed.
Damn, that was a good. I could have used that as an excuse for no Boat League, was to have it. No, there's aside from this little bit of water, there's just land. The rest of it,
Yeah, you've already dropped the ball on that one. There's a few boats already.
Damn it, there's lots of water.
All right.
Yeah.
So this idea of this is very much like a meta progression league, right? Like, and that's not a new concept. The idea of like a league having its own sort of progression outside of your personal character progression, but this is definitely the main flavor here. It feels. Is this something you specifically wanted to give players, like a greater context for their things that they're doing? So they're doing their Atlas, but they're getting golden resources and progressing this whole other thing.
I mean, for sure, but I will mention that, like, I guess it wasn't dwelled on a lot in the video, but like the resource gathering thing, like those encounters are encounters that you're going to be encountering through the world, and they have their own mechanics and stuff, which obviously Mark can talk more about. So like that is definitely like content there as well. It's just that like it's kind of not as easy to show. Like we kind of needed to show about all this sort of town stuff, but those encounters will hopefully be very enjoyable as well. And that's kind of like, I suppose you could call that the meat and potatoes in some sense of the league, because that's what you'll be doing. Every area you're going to find these things and have to do those encounters. So.
Yeah. So what's that content like in maps then?
Yeah. So you got one in every area. Well, aside from something like Tidal Island and some of that stuff, you got one in every area minimum. So it's 1 to 2, and there are 5 different outcomes. Kind of 6, but we'll go over the 5 of. And so you can find different minerals. So the first is Crimson Iron. Crimson Iron is like iron that's overrun with like corruption. So you have these 3, 2 to 5, as it goes up as you go through the game, of these kind of growth spawners, and they're spawning demons or monsters. And then as you kill each growth, the other growths heal, like surge, spawn more monsters, and they accelerate. So they get slightly harder over time. So it's just a full monster encounter. Upon completing it, you get the ore. You've got Orichalcum, which is like guarded by these also demons, or demons were worshipping it. And you notice it had like a shrine icon. So after you kill all the demons, you get the shrine buff, which is, without immediately it sounding underwhelming, the old you had the old like shock, where you got the Shock Nova and Firestorm shrines, except like done actual damage. So like all of a sudden you've got meteors and lightning storms raining down around you, and they are actually designed to kind of destroy monsters. So you get just this spike of power where you can kind of just run through and let them just obliterate everything. The third is Petrified Amber, which is looks like a little kind of like a tree thing, and clicking it, and all of a sudden heaps of blight-esque monsters kind of come out of the ground and try and attack it. And it's almost like the old Aurion missions from way back, where you just have to protect this tree from the blighted monsters. It's not very difficult. Like, none of these are pitched to be very, very difficult, but they are going up in difficulty in the order that I am explaining them. The fourth is Bismuth, which I suspect will be people's favorite. The way this works is it's guarded by magic and rare monsters. I think 3 packs. I think 1 is rare. Well, maybe early game not rare, but late game it's like 1 is rare, 2 are magic. and they have an extra elemental modifier on them. Like the rarer magic mods, they just got an extra one that's elemental aligned. And when you obviously kill them, there's some free 3 packs of monsters. No one's going to complain about that. You click the bismuth, it releases the elements into the rest of the area, which will apply elemental modifiers to all magic and rare packs in the area. League monsters have a lower chance of getting them, so it's not too out of control. And that does come with the difficulty, but it also comes with the increased item quantity and rarity that
a bit Wildwood
the mods come with.
It?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Obviously, it doesn't spawn frequently enough, so I don't expect people to do the whole, run around the whole area killing nothing before clicking it.
Yeah, nice.
You'd be wasting all of your time. However, of course, I can imagine it is the Magic Finder's dream, even though magic finding is nerfed, but whatever, that's a different thing. It is the current, whatever is to be Magic Finder's dream.
Magic Find's buff because it's better now because you don't have to wear crappy gear.
Well, sure. Well, yeah, sure. Whatever state it's in, or however you feel about it, it is the dream for that person because obviously you can find I believe you can find 2 of them in an area and all of a sudden you're doubling up on that. I will obviously double check that, but that was definitely the intention. And then, you're getting like these kind of elemental tornadoes spawn throughout the level. Obviously, they don't spawn when all the monsters are dead, so you're not just like looting and getting killed by a random tornado. And then the 5th encounter is Verisium, which is the thing that the Calgurans love so much. And that very much is...
jag missade något coolt.
It's like the encounter
Klarar alla de här
Crucible, where it's
countersarna.
just like... interact with this rock, and it like builds up the amount of Verisium and like spawns all the monsters around it, and then you fight them and kill them, and you get the Verisium at the end, and the monsters, you can see them kind of merging and upgrading over time, and so it's a little bit of a pick your own difficulty. Obviously, it doesn't have the whole, I talk about Crucible, it doesn't have the whole weapon tree ruckus going on and having to put an item in there and all that. It's just, here's your encounter. And then, of course, there is one boss as well, so occasionally you find a kind of hollow in the ground.
One boss.
Yep.
Okay.
It's in-game, very much in-game. Quite difficult, and he is guarding a lot of Verisium, and also, again, can drop a unique, and I'm pretty sure all those bosses drop a pretty substantial amount of gold as well.
So you've kind of got like 5 micro league mechanics kind of just there also.
Och så att de ger mycket finanser som man kan trada jävel.
It wasn't really covered like that extensively in the video.
Då ska
so I guess that was
bossfinansform.
That's your kind of like main combat stuff that you're kind of doing that's in area.
And you've got the bosses like attacking your town and boats
there's a couple
and
of things
too.
like that. So yeah, there's kind of other things. So there's actually a lot going on with that that more so than what was kind of explained.
But all that to say, there's a lot of words to say that it seems like a classic fight monster in circle.
For sure.
Fight monster in circle.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, it's 2, 3, 5. So yeah, 4 encounters fight monsters in circle, and 1 is fight monsters in whole area.
Perfect.
Yeah,
those are
classics.
everybody's favorite. So even if you're not that into the meta progression side of things, it's still a fight monster in circle league.
Yes, of course.
Good. It all comes back to that.
It is expected, and again, you can. There's no real harm in like just doing that for as long as you want, accumulating as much gold as you want, and then if you want to engage with the town later or something, that's always something you can do. End of the day, the gold is going to be your primary restriction, so being able to just farm for ages and get a whole bunch of gold isn't going to and while not necessarily engaging with the town, is not going to set you back that far.
Yes, this is very much a take it at your own leisure.
100%, yes.
That touches on the next question.
Bli världens bästa bilder.
When I watched it, I was like, this is the thing people might be most concerned about, is the somewhat controversial area of game design, timers, right?
Yep,
so we worried that this would give people ick, because they just have that around timers.
I can see what you mean. And like that was honestly when I was talking to Mark about like, what's the thing that's going to be the controversial thing about the league, that was certainly up there. One thing that we're wanting to make sure that's really clear though is that you can stack a lot of work like on like in your town that can be done in a queue without you having to come back. So it's not like you have to come back every freaking hour to like check on anything, right? Like you can queue days of work and like if you're doing like your map runners, for example, like you've got your big queue there that you can do, and then like you can just come back and then they've run all the maps, you get all the loot from all of them.
So you can just log in when you normally log in.
It also doesn't mean it's so long. Like there's these sweet spots in time that we've really aimed for, right? Anything too short, highly annoying. And then anything too long feels like a mobile game. Right? So we have this kind of sweet spots for a lot of them where it's like for example, you have your queue of maps, but I think I will note, like, I'm going to say some times, but it is highly variable, and you have the agency based on how much gold you have, the skilled workers you have. You can get these things pretty damn quick. You can, but you can also have them take a bit longer, and it's not necessarily the right or wrong answer to go either way. So if you want faster turnaround on your rewards, you do have some agency on that. It'll just cost more gold to do so. And if you want to have like a slower turnaround, and focus your gold somewhere else, that is entirely up to you if you want to do that. So it's got a lot of agency. However, we have been experimenting with numbers a lot. It has been discussed constantly. And for example, with the shipping, you had the port of Calgary. That's the one that has the longest distance, or the 1,500 kilometers. That does take the longest. And I currently believe it's towards even 10 hours. But there are ones that are going to take less than 1 hour. And now there are advantages, like a longer shipment will yield better rewards and have higher risk and different rewards. Each port has different unique rewards, and a closer one, but it's not like such a differential that you're always going to do. Well, it's hard for me to predict exactly what players will think that is the best answer, but it shouldn't be the case that you're always doing the thing that takes you feel like you have to do the thing that takes like 10 hours. So there's lots of quick things, lots of long things, and it's kind of up to you how you want to engage with that. And I think that's honestly what mostly differentiates a lot of this, aside with the fact it's also gated by gold, which requires you to actually play the game. It's not like it's just some AFK town, at the end of the day you have to be playing in order to actually achieve this killing monsters, looting loot. So there's heaps of stuff there, but we have aimed for that exact sweet spot such that if you are playing, it's not highly annoying and also not like I never get my rewards. It's going to be pretty bad if you're like, I'm level, let's say you're in Act 1 and you unlock your shipping and you send your shipping and you're like, okay, I'm not going to get that back till I'm level 80.
The ritual problem.
That's just terrible, right? So yes, there are very quick turnarounds as well. For things like that, and then there are longer turnarounds when you're willing to spend that time to do so. And noting there are 3 ships, you could send one to a far port and then one to a close port, so you can get some ships turning around with high frequency and another turning around with a longer frequency. And the same with the mapping. It's entirely based on the difficulty of the maps, and again how skilled your runners are. So if you want to have higher turnarounds as well, you can put in either easier maps, lower tier maps, or you can put in more difficult maps. Now, I did note in the live stream the timer on the mining was before we had done any iteration, so I'm pretty sure it had some real absurd amount of time to mine that ore. That was just a straight mistake. It does not take that long. It is much, much, much quicker.
It's also worth mentioning with the stuff is that, as I was saying with the queues, okay, you can just put as many, when you find resources and there's that sort of mining queue, it's not like you have to manually reassign your things every time. They just move on to the next task.
Yeah.
So effectively what that means is that, you're not able to come back every, and refresh them. You just play, and then the only stuff you have to come back, anything where you'd have to come back and reset them, for example with the mapping, the queue is long enough that you can just jam a bunch of stuff in there, and then what I don't want is you to feel like you have to wake up in the middle of the night and frickin' put more stuff in there and then come back. That's what I want to avoid. It should be that you're still coming back at the normal time that you would play, that is our design intent. And so if that's not, we need to make sure that we're balancing it correctly so that that's the case. That you don't feel pressured to log in at some time you wouldn't normally do it.
Yeah, this sort of thing can be fun because it's you get to come back to rewards and progress, and everybody loves progress and progression, right?
For sure.
We're addicts for that stuff. That's why we play this genre. But I was definitely concerned about that idea that would have to, I feel like if I didn't get on in half an hour after I was planning on logging off, I wouldn't be able to reallocate my workers.
Right.
But you don't have. It just does that.
Yeah, it just doesn't.
Well, we're not making a mobile game here. I know that's the
and you can't pay to skip
association.
any of these timers.
Of course not. And I'm not going to also at one point. I know. Look, these things are always going to be divisive. They're not necessarily going to be globally loved. And part of it is just you're going to have to try it to understand.
Mm-hmm.
The concept of a timer is scary to start with. But I'm also on the other hand not going to sit here about complaining about the cold currency thing and then also implement something that. On the other hand, I'm going to have equal levels of frustration with myself as a player. Surprisingly, but you
want to play this after all, don't you?
100. Of course, I want to play it. I'm never going to make a game I don't want to play. So yeah, my hope is, but of course that assumes we get it right. The good thing is we're very, very fast to react to this stuff. So if the timers are tilted one way or another, we have so many levers we can adjust to rebalance. It is, of course, we get our internal feedback, we get our alpha feedback on the times, but that's still a very small subset compared to everyone. So I could expect, you know, if things aren't right, if they're off, if something is taking too long or too short, or there's not enough agency, we're very, very quick to be flexible to that stuff and react to it if we have to. But yeah, it's interesting and it's new, for damn sure.
Yeah.
But I'd say I'm more on the definitely on the side of excited over worried.
Good. Yeah.
But there's always a little bit of worry there. It comes with the job, and
I like that you guys are still trying new things. You know, whether they work out or not. It's good to see.
100%. A large part of what we always try and do is push the boundary, right? Like, just doing the safe thing over and over and over again can make things feel quite stale. So we definitely want to take risks and see where they go and see how they evolve, and because ultimately I believe that makes the best game possible, for sure.
Keep trying it. One more quick nuance about that is the progress on timers and things, that's all even online versus offline?
Yeah.
Okay, so whether you're like, you don't have to like stay logged in, online to speed things up.
No.
Good stuff.
The only things that can happen that disrupt it, and which is obviously like if your map, if your ship gets commandeered, it can get commandeered offline or online, right? So it can stop it. It isn't something that happens like ultra frequently, and you can avoid it. You can get it to the point where a commandeering will not occur, and the same with your Atlas runners being kidnapped. That can occur online or offline, but again, it is avoidable. It doesn't have to happen. Like if you can get good enough people and run slightly easier content, and all of a sudden there's no risk of your Atlas runners failing or anything like that.
Yeah. Speaking of risk, so how does this scale with like map tiers and map effect and stuff like that? So as you move up through maps, do you get more resources, more gold? Does it scale with like map quantity? So your mods?
Yep. Gold scales with everything that drops would scale with. In party, I get my gold, you get your gold. We cannot share gold. Obviously, there's no point in having it if you can't trade it. Then all of a sudden, items do not sell for gold, so it's not like you can trade items to bypass that. But everything, item map quantity scales gold. Yep, all the same. It's auto pickup, obviously. With obviously the new enhanced item pickup radius, and the amount of ore also should scale with quantity. Yes, obviously, much like sulfite, I guess, from Delve. That's probably one of the closest comparisons in terms of like giving you a resource.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it seemed like mostly gold was used to upgrade the buildings and things like that in your town, and that sort of progress is mostly through that. So the resources are all for this shipping, to get this risk-reward system, to get currency and gear and stuff like that. And the multiple pages of currency thing, that looked a bit crazy. Is that for real? Like, how much work is getting 3 pages of Chaos Orbs and Divines and stuff?
Well, that's that agency I'm talking about as well, where a long trip should yield a lot of loot. Now, we have made some changes since then, where what we're doing is, instead of, because we were scaling rewards on quite a quantitative axis, and we've moved a lot of that into more qualitative, so that like instead of getting so much more currency linearly, you're getting better currency instead of more, just so it's less of that.
Alts roll up into chaos and whatnot.
Yeah, if you save up, like you can just be like, I'm just gonna play, get all the gold and acquire as many resources as I can, and send a shipment that's like maxed out in value, and then put the best possible ship workers on there, because you don't want to lose that shipment, I'll tell you that, and send it to the farthest thing. Like, you'll get back a ton of loot, but of course you have to. You're now getting 1 week of loot all in one go. You know what I mean? Like, you will get an absolute ton, which some people will find ultra satisfying.
Yeah.
But yes, we are trying to not. Obviously, it shouldn't be that you're just getting 50 pages of items.
Och sen skicka Big Boat alltså.
Du ska hitta sweet spot.
Lägg några på 32% och sen en på fucking 72 och sen 44 och sen bara maxa resten och sen är det optimal fucking juice into boat progression åkning.
So you have to take so you've got your personal gold, and then there's a treasury, and you want to put the gold in the treasury, and the wages only take from the treasury. And the reason for that is so that you're not like just randomly losing your gold, that you're like, okay, I'm going to get to 60,000 so I can buy these items. And all of a sudden it's just like draining it, and you like can't figure out. So your wages are paid from the treasury. You can do this via Johan or via the village map. There's just you hit add, drag, set an amount, hit add, it goes there. And yeah, they are just continuously drained from that. So it's not like it doesn't really come in chunks. It's like continuously going.
And do they unionize if you don't put enough money in there, or?
Not in Ray class, to know.
No worker protection in Ray class.
All of a sudden, you might find you're collaborating with those pirates and with those bandits, and arranging. You're arranging them to come in and kidnap people more often, and you had that abandon option we saw because those workers were
nice.
No, they don't. It's all very much a. We're all achieving the same goal, I guess, on the same team, but they just want their money. That's fine.
Yes, the children yearn for the mines. So I cracked up when I saw the map running teams auto-simulating map thing.
Yeah.
So do they actually simulate running the map? Do they actually run the map for you and get the things out of it you would get out of it?
We've tried very hard to make it feel like the case. However, of course, you don't simulate actually every single monster dying. It's too much expensive, right?
Extrapolated
but
simulation.
you effectively take here's what you'd have, and then you have, I mean, here's the question: do you trust the workers to pick up the right items? Because what if it's you get back your items and you're like, damn it, I know you left a mage blood on the ground. I just know you did. But yeah, anyway, you're not going to think about that, obviously. I mean, you can if you want, but yes, you do get it back. So if you send them to, I can't remember which maps. We've shuffled all the div cards around, so I'm not sure which maps drop what.
Now
but
we
whatever,
can too.
whatever one drops mage blood, if you put that base type in, the mage blood card, you will get that card out. That is the way to get that. Of course, generally people like running that themselves. So.
Ska du göra det, Wille?
Ja, nu ska vi farma.
They'll bring a Hydra fragment back for you.
Yep, if you put in a Hydra map and they clear it successfully. It's worth noting they have a percentage amount of clear. And you can get that as high as you possibly can, but sometimes they get through like.
Det är så man skippar elder garbage-båten! Oh my god! Jävlar, då slipper man
det där kommer fan vara big deal.
Jävlar, det är inte varje dag.
Då bör du aldrig köra då.
Nej, jag vet, det är asnice. Slipper man stå där och runka i 15 sekunder. Och så slipper jag logga ut och logga in och fortfarande tappa 1 miljon tid. Det här är bra.
Delirium orbs, they'll probably all die, but if they don't, they'll bring you back some splinters and some delirium rewards.
Så nu jävlar vad man kan recycla bajs-maps då alltså.
Typ Delhi maps, random drop, blight maps.
I mean, the same as the player.
Men de kan köra actual blight maps.
Like A-prop corrupted T17 with, whatever else is bloody on it.
I mean, klassas som en vanlig map.
I mean, they might get, sometimes you actually, it's not mistake proof. You can put it in and it can be like they have a 1% chance of 1% of the map will be cleared.
Good luck, guys.
And you put it in and you see the timer count down like 2 seconds and then they fail and you're like, oh, they just died.
Portals gone in 2 seconds.
They just died to the first monster.
Damn, that's almost as bad as me.
So yeah, you don't want to do that. But I mean, you technically can. You can just send them to die. Now they don't. In that case, they don't actually permanently die. That can happen. And you actually can lose the worker.
Oh, wow.
There is a sync on that, so you are constantly trying to find more, but it doesn't happen that often. Excellent. And again, it is mostly avoidable by playing a little bit more safe instead of just sending them to their demise all the time.
This whole thing blows my mind. I just love the idea that we can just have like a bunch of plebs now to farm our fragments for it, so we can focus on bossing, like kings, while they do the peasant work in the fields. Crazy. How did you resist the temptation to not go super hard on this and let us gear them and make parties and change their loot filters?
Well, early on, there was all sorts of stuff like that we were talking about. It was we were going full mercenary system with all sorts of stuff for a while, but it was too much and it was too complicated. So we decided not to in the end. But the whole auto running maps thing was certainly something we were very keen on very early in the league.
So this massive expansion. Yeah. This is actually the downscoped version.
I'm getting that sense.
We certainly had mercenaries as in the first concept, and it was you can send your mercenaries either on the ships or to the maps, and you can gear them up, and you can give them skills, and they have specializations. It's
it was just too much though. It was too much management, too much
William hade gillat. Han hade inte.
Men jag kommer gilla
båten. Mercs gillade det.
Jävlar vad vi skokar båt. Jo, men bara om man får en Merc med spjut. Det är det viktigaste.
Exile Team Manager, kind of like a sports manager game. Yeah.
Kan vi få patch notes?
Maybe for the future.
Maybe.
Patch notes one.
So yeah, that features list, like that video just kept going.
Kan inte Sigge D säga nu håller jag käften, ge mig patch notes.
which is like a new
Det
take
ska han
on
aldrig.
bench
Jo, det
crafting
får
that
han.
has
Om jag vill det.
enchantments.
Det vill jag.
These
Jävlar,
runes,
så
are they
det-
all known recipes, or is there some like
Det finns
discovery process that
Hate Forge.
So you start with a few available.
Effekt man kan
so
lägga
there
på
are
vapen.
different runes, different names. So there's like a sun rune, life rune, power
Reduce
runes,
duration
different things.
of
And,
prevention.
you start, I believe,
Chansen såg
you
ju
start
typ
with
helt
all the ones that
borken ut
require
allt.
only
Yep.
sun
Jag trodde
runes.
först det bara var
And
som
then
en, liksom en
once you get
craftad
a
mod,
life rune,
men
you can
att
take
det
it to
implicit
damage
Det är
säger
actually
att you
implicit.
can
all
even
of the things
borkiger
that require
i
life.
most
Men det verkar som att det kunde ha
cases.
blivit upp den ju, det var ju en enchant.
So yeah, I mean,
Wait,
nice.
they're
The
both
Calgarians are the ones who know
Det är en
how to do
enchant.
it. You're just bringing them the resources for
Så
it.
det lär ju istället för
You
Harvest enchant.
eventually work your way
Yeah.
up to the very most powerful ones, and you get things like what you saw there. There was the Fire Mjolnir, which you can put on one hand or two hand axe. What we've done is with a lot of the basic outcomes, you can apply that to any weapon, but with a lot of the very specialized ones, you can only apply it to one type of class. So the idea there isn't that like every build is just now doing the Doomfletch Prism on any weapon, the one that we saw on the live stream. It's like, no, that specifically goes on two-handed maces. And then I think the Fire Mjolnir one that was there goes on, I think it's one-handed axes. And each thing goes on specifically one weapon, and what it allows you to do is take. So we've taken like an interesting bow unique mechanic, and now you can put it on like some dagger or something like that.
new builds? Cool.
Yeah, and they get pretty powerful as far as like I think there's one that is like 100. You can 100% reduce duration of like soul gain prevention for socketed gems on daggers, and like there's reckon every 20 seconds or something you get haunted by a different torment spirit, and I think there's like a rotating shrine buff one, so it's like every X seconds you're getting a new shrine buff on you, and not a lesser shrine by the way, and sometimes including divine shrine as well. So you can just be like, I'm just going to sit here until I'm immortal, and then I'll do the
Tier
boss.
17 mapping strategy.
But those all require the highest tier rune, which we expect to be very, very expensive.
So
yeah,
are
there's
these
some-
something that you can trade, the runes, between players?
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Yeah. Yes, they all come, primarily all come from shipping.
Yeah.
Which you can do pretty early in the game, but I suspect late game. And then they are considered a like additional bonus from shipping, where it's like if you trade to the Calgarians, they'll send you that back, and the more you send them, the more runes they'll send you, because they're like, thanks for doing business with us.
Yeah, do you know what they're sending you back when you send them a shipment, or is it kind of just like...
No, we've intentionally been quite vague with that, just
Yeah.
so people can figure it out. Now, it isn't... It is... There's some
Man får
determinism
runorna
and
bara av
some that's just
shipping.
influence. So, like, I can say, for
Jävlar vad
example,
jag har
generally
kissat
crops
idag,
are giving you
alltså.
back currency. And there's some
Sluta
general
direkt.
influence.
Men
but
det
we
är
might be
bra
able to
att
figure
man
that
bara
out
får
and
av
experiment and
shipping.
make up
More
reminders of what
incentive
we
att
think is the best
båta.
combinations to send.
Men jag tror att han sa att det var någon level shipping eller något sånt där.
Ja,
Alltså,
men
det
fuck
beror på vad du skickar iväg.
Vi ska
And
skicka
there are
båtar.
bonuses on the port, so like I think in the numbers there it's set 100. So at any given time, it's like they'll pay double for wheat, or I'll pay, and then once you fill that order,
Cool.
so after you've sent 10,000 wheat, they might be like, all right, now we're going to pay triple for the next 500 verisium you send us, and stuff like that. So you are changing your shipments to different ports based on those bonuses. And then, like, for example, the item for disenchanting, just a random slight pivot here, but the item you get from disenchanting, the thaumaturgic dust, that is a multiplier on your shipment value. So whatever you send, you then send dust. So if you send some amount of dust, it'll just double your shipment value. And so that one, so you know, there's it's almost like a
key.
meta reward mechanic
Yeah.
in that regard.
And that's from
Okej,
grinding
då måste
up
man ju
your
dusta
gear and
allt.
the gear
Yeah.
grind.
Vad är det
That's
man
from another
disenchantar?
feature
Vad
that
som
was
helst eller?
And
Bara
yep,
skiten i
you
sweet
get a lot
dress.
more dust for destroy. So just to add some value to some one chaos T0 uniques, disenchant them because they will give you the most. They will give you the
Ah,
most
so
Okej,
dust.
rarity
ja,
is
han
the key
drog
there,
just
so-
upp det.
Yeah, generally it's like better items give you more, so 6 mods, higher 10 modifiers, and then rarity, higher.
You guys like
rarity
adding
uniques and
sneaky new
whatnot.
item sinks, don't you? I like that, yeah.
Why
Trying to get
not?
those 1C items to 2C.
I mean, it just it turns garbage items into good items is the
Yeah.
idea, or into
Undrar
Undrar om han
tickets at good
fortfarande
items.
kommer
Well,
kunna
yeah,
recombinata
but the
suppress
dust is
på
the ticket to better
icke-suppress-grejer.
items, yeah.
Gotcha.
Okej.
Awesome. So another thing, recombination returns from
Han
Centaur.
pratar om recombinators.
It was mentioned that it's not going to be as strong as it was. It was obviously one of the strongest crafting mechanics we had outside of maybe Necropolis and that. In what ways is it weaker now?
there's two things that have mostly changed about it. One is, and not that I can even specifically remember exactly how it all works, but there was all this like chance to mutate stuff that was going on with it. That's all gone. It just it combines the items.
Du kan inte få en +1.
So is there like unique extra mechanic, like modifiers that can randomly appear?
Så du kan bara skicka över items.
And so it is just merged two items together. The other thing that I like about doing it this way, as opposed to having it gated behind a currency item, is that you can actually engage with it earlier in the game. Now, I know that's going to be pretty unorthodox for most existing players, but it's still something you can choose to now engage with, because the gold cost is based on the item level of the item input, and so you can have it be very, very cheap early and more expensive later. And so it just opens it up to more players instead of just being this thing that you're only ever going to use on the best of the best of the best.
Pretty pog i storyn om man bara hittar typ något par typ boots med inför vecka.
Bara MS.
Move speed och sen hittar du något annat på med typ dual wrestle och sånt där.
Ja, så länge inte dina första på MS-skor.
But yeah, and I know Sentinel was added. They don't drop recombinators now because it's done through this mean. So despite Sentinel being
just
there,
thing that you can randomly find in extra in maps to get more loot,
just more juicing.
Gameplay. Yeah, and you've done a bit of that too. So in addition to the new campaign stuff,
undrar om det är mycket i Atlas-trädet, typ Sentinel chance, Wildwood chance och
Wildwood and Sentinal.
I wonder.
Yep. Why not?
Yeah, why not, eh?
More juice.
Love it.
It's fun. I like the idea of just the random encounters. Like, they're not on the Atlas tree right now. That doesn't mean they never will be. But I like the fact that there's a handful of things that are just randomly spawning, and so you're doing your rotation, and that throws a little bit of a spanner in the works, and only in a positive element, right? It's not like it takes
especially
anything
for things like that are effectively just, this will give you more loot and currency and stuff. So like Wildwood and Sentinel, they're just about like giving you a big boost to your magic find. So you might not necessarily want those to be something that players can have active all of the time, but rather as like a cool bonus that randomly appears to make your map spicy.
That is the other benefit, because it is random and not something that you can just have guaranteed.
I don't dislike it.
They can be stronger.
Yeah.
They can be more impactful as a result. Otherwise, they have to match the exact power of every other league or thing you can invest into onto the Atlas tree.
Helt på hur mycket skräp så lägger ni med.
Yeah, that's true.
För båda de där kommer ju vara i början av mappen, tror jag.
When they take something hostage, is just talking about like this gameplay, what is that gameplay like? Are you going into like random
men det
fights,
vore ju ganska cringe om det blir typ så som det var i Wildwood, bara fiskar efter
Atlas runners will always be taken by the bandit lord.
Jag menar, usar du inte så mycket mer maps, då är det bara
men jag tänkte
men man lär ju köra, alltså om du juicar, då lär du köra de där jävla kisslarna som gav more currency. Så lär du köra till 17 som du ska mega usa.
They get named and I don't remember them all the time.
Jag undrar hur rare
de
kommer vara.
And then the one you find in the world is always the same one as well. And then you pretty much just go, it'll notify you, and then you go back to the tab.
Eller om man typ kanske inte vet jag rerollar Chisels in till dem eller något.
Here's a portal, go there, kill this person, or don't if you don't want to. Like if you feel like you're gonna fail, you shouldn't.
Jag hoppas bara att man kommer få nog med guld för att det inte kännas som att man kommer ta den stenhårt i röven.
Okay, let's take a little bit of a turn now, looking backwards at Necropolis and reflecting on some of the changes that happened in it. First, the overall endgame overhaul, such as the removal of substance and massive scarab. How do you just feel
gillar hans bil?
Both of you first?
Jag vet inte.
Han kör Q och stats.
I do think overall good, but it's very easy for that to get
du måste ha mana för att den ska kunna ulta på level 6.
Looked at from a perspective of a few things that are bad and then looking at it badly. Like there are certainly some things that were imperfect.
Han är lika bold som det.
Making some measures to change that. But I do think overall the shake-up was pretty healthy. And when I talk about the bad things, I'm talking like the T17 maps being too hard, right? And that kind of it overshadows a lot of what's good about it, because there's these few things that aren't right. And then I'm also talking like, okay, we removed Wandering Path, great, and then we added Back to Basics, which is also gone now, by the way, just to clarify. It wasn't mentioned there. Like Back to Basics was even more unhealthy than Wandering Path, or equally unhealthy, depending. But both of them not good, not achieving the philosophy we want. So we didn't.
Inte vilken var Back to Basics.
Because Back to Basics became the meta, it ended up like not even evolving that much. So I'm hoping with this now set of changes, but all of that ultimately comes about with, because what's going to happen is when you are releasing content on this scale, and I am certainly a risk taker. I like to push the boundaries and all that. You are going to have these things happen. It is borderline impossible for us to test everything, and that's where you see a lot of the reactionary patches that we did early in the league to try and fix and improve everything.
That definitely was
really
hard, just for the team as well. Like it's also very hard just decision making about, is this something that should be fixed or is it not? Like it was pretty rough at the start there, and I think that is something we're trying to improve this time around by looking more at the extremes and like really.
Jag hoppas att de tog bort bonusarna allting på T17 och så är T17 bonusarna bara den där grejen.
Vad menar du bonus? De där...
Ja men den här bonus currency och så är det bara på kisslarna istället.
De visade ju att det var det, men det var typ mindre procent tror jag det var. Jag tror det var typ 50% more currency eller något sånt där, och sen tror jag han kisslade också.
Kisslar var ju 100.
Var det så mycket?
Currency i alla fall, jag vet inte hur mycket det var på de andra.
Jag tror det fanns tidigare om du spolar tillbaka.
So many things to us by surprise in terms of like particular combinations of things. Like there's so many just ways to combine stuff and like from so much content from the past as well that like you just it's like it's hard to find. Like the fact that there were people finding new ways to abuse stuff even weeks after the it came out just sort of shows you that like there's just
Monotube first, Bassett's approve.
It's kind of nuts.
Yeah, you guys asked me an interesting question yesterday when I first came in. It was like, how does 150 uniques from a single boss sound to you? I'm like, what the? That sounds crazy. What are you talking about?
So I guess we'll talk about some of the things that were happening that people weren't aware of. So there's there was a Reddit thread, and so I can't remember how far into the league, that was pretty much like, what the heck has happened to the prices of T0 uniques? Yeah. And you had like Defiance of Destiny at like 4C. It was like actual craziness. And upon looking at this, and oh no, none of this was anyone abusing or exploiting anything.
Not a bug or anything, yeah.
In fact, I think, did we tell you the value of how many unique items were dropping in some of these things?
I told him.
I was going to ask you to guess, but we were getting over 100,000 unique items in some instances, and I'm not even talking in a single map. And I'm not talking. I'm not talking a 6-man group. I'm talking solo players who are able to achieve this, and this is where a lot of those things, so for example the Shaper Touched rarity, there were just
multiplier
so
upon
many layers
multiplier
of
upon multiplier upon multiplier upon
multiplier. With less than 100 people on the entire realm acquiring over 99% of all T0 uniques. And so we have gone and looked at all that and been like, okay, with this, that is highly compromising the economy and the integrity of the economy. And and we fixed some of this last league, but we are doing more of it this time to make sure that your average and above average player isn't like having the economy ruined as their experience, but we're just really, really controlling that like high top end. And I'm talking like most people would never have known this was happening. They would have just been like...
En till att han aldrig slår på torn, så han hatar att slå på torn.
Jag förstår inte. Det är ingen i spelet som gillar att göra det.
There's always a question with stuff like that, because generally speaking we have the policy.
Då kan jag inte stå static för mig.
There were certain cases, and that was really tough.
Du vill ju 100% ha tornet dött by the time du har din ruin där.
Because it was just so ridiculous.
Pushar du i lane,
så jävla mycket safer och allting.
Inte bara det, utan det är liksom plus 1000 guld till dina 4 andra bottar.
We were talking yesterday about whether or not we need a way to collapse the display of the number of essences underneath something's life bar, and it's like, well, where are we at? Which, by the way, it's still there, so it's like a thing that you can still do.
Jag vet inte.
But yeah, it's
De
and I'm not
såg
talking
väl
like
du
we're
och
getting
jag
rid of all the
stå där.
uniques. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm asking you, is
Alla
150 alright?
Ja, de missar två hooks den här fighten.
And I'm like, well, it's like, you know, several hundred times less than what it was, but it's still top off screen, bottom off screen of unique items just everywhere, and that's just like a single monster. You get the whole res in the area, so we want it to be extreme. Like, don't get me wrong, but it shouldn't be that the entire economy is ruined by, 100 people who aren't, or a few people even who aren't even abusing anything or exploiting anything or doing anything illegitimate. Like. And the problem is, that's where we got into that state where it was like, all right, do we have to nerf X, A, B, C, and D as we kind of discovering and figuring out these strategies? And it's like, let alone the fact that this stuff absolutely rams the performance of the instances, right? Like, I don't know if people saw it when those meat sacks were dying and you'd get like 6-second lag spikes while it's generating the unique items. And so yeah, anyway, a lot of it's much more controlled now. We've actually assessed exactly where all that was coming from. We've taken a lot of caution to not nerf the average above average even further than that.
A normal player should not see any change.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I loved how Gloves Off it's feeling with your ridiculous changes to the end game here. Like, it feels like you've really opened up over this past couple of leagues to
100%
change stuff pretty wildly.
Again, I go back to that. Go back to that philosophy of like, if we can do stuff to make things better, we do it. And it's just the unfortunate reality is that, and I'm ultimately the one pushing most people to do this for PoE 1, and the unfortunate reality is it comes with risks, and as a result, failures, of which are 100% on me, like, without question. And that's why, again, like, straight after the patches, it's like full hands on deck trying to make sure everything is as good as possible. And then we get into a little bit of that difficulty of thinking some people want the game to stay as it is, regardless of the state, and a lot of people want it to keep changing, and we get into this kind of like, which side of this fence do we fall on, and we have to really evaluate each change and do it. But look, ideally the changes wouldn't be necessary, but when you're changing this much, doing patches this massive, this quickly, some of it is inevitable. I would hate to, I personally, and you could convince me, you could, or not convince me, you could tell me I'm wrong about this, you might be able to convince me. I would prefer that we do everything possible with the time allocated, as opposed to like, play it safe, do something, a small patch and give it there, and yeah, sure, it's safe, less will go wrong, but at the end of the day, there's way less to do, way less fun, way less changes, less to learn and evolve with, and it just feels like, you know, I suspect at the end of the day it'll be way more boring, even though it might be more safe. So, again, it's possible that I'm gone too far one direction, and we have pulled back a little bit here on some of that safety, but like I never want to get to the point where we're releasing something flat and stale just because it's safe. I want to always be making sure that we're doing everything to make things as fun and exciting and the best as possible for everyone, including myself when I play the game.
Well, these updates have felt way more energetic. It's I think it's refreshing, I think, for a lot of us who've been playing for 10 years at this point.
Right.
Pretty cool stuff. So on the tier 17 maps, they were intended to be like a gateway to Uber bosses, but they ended up being harder and more restrictive than that actual content, and we had Uber boss viable builds, you know, really struggling with that actual content. So how are you kind of changing things with that, or are you happy with where that's at?
I mean, the ultimate numerical change to T17 monsters is that they have it's approximately 55% less life, so they have less than half the life they had before and 30% less damage, which seems extreme. And I will just note that was like actually not intended.
Yeah, an interesting story about that.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that two different designers did the life change to T17 without realizing the other person had already done it.
That's so funny.
So that was kind of like an unintended side effect. But it's like when you come down to, oh, so why the hell are these monsters so damn tough? And then we're like, oh crap, there's someone, there were two people who made this change independent of each other.
We have counted that on the bosses to some degree, so they are, you know, not just like an absolute joke now. But yeah, just the monsters themselves, which it did compound with back to basics and the mod scaling. Like the thing, once you have like 400% increased area of effect on the monsters, it's kind of like, okay, this is like getting a little, on the bosses I should say, it's like this is getting a little bit out of hand. Like, how can I dodge this mechanic that is larger than the arena? You could argue they're signing themselves up for it, but then it's like you want that for the rest of the map, which then means the bosses are pretty much like impossible. Strong word to use, because everything's always possible with enough, you know, build ruckus going on. But anyway, it wasn't right. Like, these things weren't right. So hopefully with back to basics removed and you know, the changes to T17s, implicitly it should be more approachable to more players. Less you have to play like a subset of 10, 12 builds in order to achieve them. Like, it should be way more open. Obviously with all the melee builds as well, that should be a hell of a lot more viable this time. So I would expect a lot more players to, you know, be enjoying those as opposed to, you know, because again, we're solving the item quantity thing where it's like we want to open up more builds and make you feel less like you have to play certain things. So then T17's being that hard resulted in the exact same thing. These are not intentional things. When you get to Uber Pinnacle, it's alright for the number of builds to reduce drastically, because it's like you want to be a boss killer at that point, or that's fine. But when we're just talking about like the top tier of maps, it's not okay to have it be so constrained there. So just mistakes were made, honestly, and they hopefully are now fixed.
Yeah. So the main design of the modifiers on these maps is these build bricking modifiers, ones that are just basically not doable for certain builds or thereabouts. Why is this the method that you went with for these modifiers?
I personally just think it is important that you actually are investing in rolling your map and finding the maps that you can do, or choosing how you can overcome the modifiers. And I know that's probably not a popular opinion. I very much understand that a lot of people are just like, I can go, and that's all I want to do. But I think especially with the upper tier like that and the extra layer of rewards that they're giving, I think you should have to invest more currency into it and more thought into it, or be like, oh, this is a real good map. It's got like some specific reward modifiers you want, but there's this one bad thing I'm going to have to deal with, and then you actually do commit to dealing with it. It again, hopefully adds more ebbs and flows to the process, as opposed to it again just being like out, go and run, and that can be quite where some people like that, and that's okay. You can still obviously do that with 16s. I do like these things having an impact on your build, just not to either one, it should be avoidable, or not to the extent it was before. And again, investing into them, rolling them, like, it's certainly not something I'd want to stray away from. I actually consider it a success when you have to re-roll your maps. Again, probably a controversial take, but I think it is a much better thing getting an actual, like, it feels more like an actual game mechanic, as opposed to like, well, at the point it's just Alk and Go, and Alks are worth so little, why you just drop them rare, and like, why are you even engaging with the currency on maps system?
Why have mods if the mods don't matter?
Do you take like some consideration to how many chaos, for example, you expect someone to put into a map to produce mods that are on average viable for their build that they're doing?
We do, yes. So I mean, not in the context of a build here, but like, for example, we were like, okay, if we want to make T17s able to be easier, like, should we reduce it back to 4 to 6 modifiers? But then you just, the argument, the reason why we never did that just this league is because, well, now it's even more chaos you have to invest to get 6 modifiers, because the right answer is probably to run 6 modifiers because it gives the best rewards. And so it's like, well, that's just going to massively increase the amount of chaos orbing someone has to do on those maps. So let's not do it that way. Let's find a different way to do it. So we're definitely considering how many you're having to. From a like hyper build specific, it's like, if I'm playing this exact specific build, how many chaos on average do I need to avoid it? No, not like hyper specific, but in terms of like broad mechanics, we do generally try and consider that.
Yeah, I imagine you'd be taking like a range of builds and saying, oh, on average it's going to take about 10-20 rerolls to produce a map you want to run on this character. But
my hope is that some people at least look at it and go, okay, if I just change this one thing, then I can still run it. So it's not always just like, I know this is probably the preferred strategy. In fact, I'll do it myself probably most of the time. You just avoid anything that's going to cause any friction to your character. But like, there are probably a good chunk of players who are just like, I will deal with this bit of friction by either slowing down a little bit, or changing something, or subbing something out, or and it's good for those players to be able to do that, because then technically they're having to invest less currency. Whether or not it's worth the payoff, it's up to them really to decide that. But
you want the mods to matter, and I get that. And these certainly do matter, but how do you feel about it versus modifiers that do things like, say, this modifier adds these certain sorts of packs of monsters to the map that are very difficult, but also increasing the reward and making the map more interesting by making it more different, as opposed to something like, your energy shield is turned off?
The problem you have with things that are implicitly adding direct rewards beyond certain other things is obviously the issue of the fact that you now feel like you have to roll for them. And you saw like this with the Shaper.
Is a maze.
And with the Shaper Touch modifier earlier this league, before it was changed, all of a sudden now all of a sudden you're spending more currency on the maps than you were avoiding the builds, because now you are not only having to get a specific rewarding outcome, you're having to dodge the build things as well. And so it was even more. And as we've removed some mods this league, like I know the barrels was one of them where people were going for the barrels, and we've removed a few of those, like,
yeah, that's good.
you know, sink currency into this. I would actually expect the amount of chaos you're sinking into these is less this league because we've removed those. But we have kept some, but like we've also then made them rarer, so you're like less likely. But then which I know you could say is counterintuitive to investing currency, because now you have to invest more if you have to get them. But there is a point beyond where you're now no longer expecting to get it, and thus you are just like okay getting it as a surprise, as opposed to when it's kind of within reach, you will just sink currency until it's there. But I actually do like the fact that, like, I liked the days back when you would roll for a lot of the maze and then you'd exalt the maps and stuff like that. That stuff was I found that quite enjoyable.
But yeah, it was kind of like the game is a bit different than how it used to be. But
for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're not obviously going in that path anymore. But there's still a little bit of it there. The mods still matter. Reward mods can be bad, but it's good to also have them. There's like a little bit of friction there, which is hard to get perfectly right. And then in the same sense, yeah, I mean, some of them are probably... There are some other small balance changes around T17s, like those bloody Revenant packs are like were out of control. All of a sudden the corpse is exploding that you can't even see. Like we did all of this like telegraphing improvements to Detonate Dead and then like missed Revenants.
Good stuff, yeah.
So all of a sudden now you're just dead to this invisible corpse explosion, and like
classic. There's
a few other fine-tuned balance around some of the T17 stuff to make it feel less terrible, and I think it's pretty good. I'm not going to say it's perfect, but I'm hoping that it's going to feel a lot better.
Should tier 17s be one of the most profitable things to farm?
I think yes. I mean, what is the argument for no?
I've just
seen
like, discussion.
I don't mean from you. I just mean in general.
Yeah, like some people are, concerned about whether that's the thing that should be happening or not.
Well, should T16s before that? And you could argue, well, okay, T17s you have to trade for. And that's the real difference, is that if you want to run them permanently, you have to trade for them. But generally the economy sorts itself out there to some degree. It's just that it adds that extra layer of annoyance. Yeah. But then also if T17s were self-sustaining, then it was kind of like, what differentiates them from 16s at that point? It's just back to what you were doing with 16s, except they're now purple with harder modifiers, and you could argue that's better or worse, except I really like the idea of that, when you are just generally playing and not engaging with, the trade to that level, you're doing 16s with the occasional popping into 17s here and there. I do think that is generally better, but I can see why it can be annoying for someone who's like, I have to trade for these because I don't want to run anything but them. But that kind of can always be argued to be the case for almost everything.
I mean, in some ways, T17s are are the map scarcity that the map system used to have long ago at lower levels. It's like you've got this one tier that kind of has that sort of like you're not expected to necessarily, like if you're just playing without trade, to be able to just run it again and again for T17 specifically, and that's kind of also comes down to that same thing with the mods. It's like the reason you're caring about re-rolling and so on for T17s is because of the fact that you don't necessarily have, they're not just growing on trees. That's why you've got a bit of a different philosophy there with the mods that they have on as well.
I know this stuff is like pretty it's going to be pretty polarizing between people
David Lenk
right there,
I'm
but
fucking
it is very important to us that the ebbs and flows remain, and you don't just end up with this flat, boring grind at the very top end like that. Like it should be evoking difficulty, and it shouldn't just feel, completely just. It again, it gets further away from a game and more towards just a kind of AFKable slash, and I don't mean actually AFKable, but something where you're not really investing much emotion into and thought into, and it doesn't feel like you're playing at that point. It just feels like you're just going along with it. So I think it's very important to have the different spikes and things come and go, and to have friction and all of those things. And I think without any of that, you'd find stuff would get very boring very quickly.
Just very quickly, how do you feel about the betrayal changes, like the change to the Battle Chaos and the simplification of it as well? It feels like now it's mostly people just kind of spamming Katarina with maybe some consideration to getting some like div card stacks or something like that, but you're not really doing as much of the engaging with the board now, I think.
Betrayal is in a very bad state, for sure. I am not happy with it. It was on the list of 325's thing. I know, despite the fact we have so much, there was more. We didn't get round to doing it. It's currently slated for 326. I'm very much hoping we can do it then. The main thing I want to divorce is... so I actually just want there to be... there is one safe house, and that... and so all 4 connect to one thing. Sorry, how do I explain this? It's like, effectively, Katarina isn't tied to... the safe house, you can do your safe house, and that will give you a ticket to Katarina. And so you just have one safe house that has the whole board on it, and you earn intelligence for it, and the people still have their reward association, and then doing that gives you a itemized version of Katarina you can run separately. But the main thing is you're not linking the board to Katarina's, because there's always been this friction of do I min-max my Katarina outputs, or do I, do my interesting board layout?
Då skulle det vara sjukt och betrayal skulle vara insane.
I just want as much mastermind intelligence as possible, so I'm not going to interact with anything on the board really, except for whatever might min-max that. And so, yeah, I want to divorce those two things so that you don't have that conflict, because we have never been able to get that balance, and I don't even know if that's possible. You're always either going to want to never run Katarina because it destroys your board state, or you'll always run Katarina because the Veiled Orb. And so I want to, divorce those two things such that one doesn't destroy the other, because it hasn't been right the whole time. So, and I think that will just be a much, much better if we do that, and then Katarina is just there as a thing you can do. You do the boss fight, and you can trade for it. You can buy the tickets to it if you want, or and then you can do all the board interaction, separately. You'll still have I want to min-max my safe house running to get tickets to Katarina, but what we can do is have a correlation of the chance of getting it, or the number of the tickets you get to Katarina correlate to the state of the board somehow. But at least I don't ever want it to be like I'm not going to fight Katarina because I don't want to reset the board. I don't think those two frictions should ever occur. It hasn't been right, honestly, since we released it.
Let's let him cook, hey? Just a little bit about Necropolis itself. I know you're pretty excited. I was too. I love a good, thick crafting league, and it's certainly not very powerful, but ultimately the crafting mechanic is not that popular, I think, due to the friction of engaging with it, the corpses, managing all of that. But how do you feel about Necropolis in hindsight?
Yeah, definitely that part is, well, we kind of knew going in that it was more on the complicated side, for sure. Some things just kind of, it's not necessarily a problem for something to be a little bit more complicated like that, but it probably went a little bit too far. That being said, it was pretty damn powerful, especially after our changes we made very early into the league. In terms of getting full T1 modded items, probably went a little bit too far, to be honest. But yeah, that being said, understood. It was a bit too computer sciencey, I like to call it, in terms of lots of figuring out, what to do, and kind of uncertainty to the point where it overwhelmed a lot of people. And that's where you see, even recombinating and runesmithing coming back way more simple, straightforward. Some things are just very clean cut. Some things are a little bit more complicated, and different users appeal to both. Would I have changed it now knowing that? I mean, I would have had the balance initially go out correct at the start, but I would say there's still a place for things for it.
Update was very solid for it, making it a lot better.
Simplified a bunch of stuff down with it as well. I'd probably have gone a bit further with the simplification if I'd had to redo it with some of it. Some of those meta mods and some of the more crazy things are a little bit,
For me, though, it wasn't about so much how much complicated it was, and it was more about the just getting so many corpses. Trading for so many corpses, right?
Sure. Yes, fewer, more impactful ones would have been a lot better. Yeah, you ended up getting a lot. That's partly due to the Atlas Tree passives, which was a mistake. Straight up, goodbye, they're gone.
Yeah.
If it was to redo,
experiment. Done.
100% experiment. They're no longer there. Everyone saw that as an Atlas Tree tax.
Yeah.
Yep, it was. You could have argued making them way weaker would have mitigated that. Whatever.
Why?
The original intention of it was okay, we want these keystones because it allows people to change behavior. And I think if we are to see that again, we would have that. We'd have introduce ways for people to change the behavior, but not invest into the increases and more corpses and all of that, because it felt mandatory and it often will when you have the league in every single area. And so yeah, that was a pretty big contributor towards this problem.
It felt like the opposite of what we were talking about with Gold, where Gold allows you to turn like user experience friction into gameplay friction. It was the opposite, where it was all user experience friction, because it was about trading with a ton of non-responding people for corpses.
Well, sure.
40 times per craft.
We also obviously made a lot of changes to that early as well in the league, but still it was like, you know, I remember Ziz messaged me at one point and it was just like, oh my god, the amount of quad tabs I need to hold all these corpses, and I'm just like feeling real sad about it. It's not like, you know, that was the intention by any means. So yeah, I didn't quite hit the mark for sure.
Just lessons learned.
Lessons learned for sure. Yeah.
All right. Cool. The All Flames had a bit more mixed positive and negative. Like, it was definitely a very cool added layer of map customization, but it was not optional, and that was definitely the concern we had going into it. And it also added just that extra layer of work that you have to do before you can start playing, which, you know, PoE has a fair bit of. And
for sure. And again, we again with the league being like, you know, something you do have to generally engage with before doing areas. It's again that kind of X factor that makes a league different and makes it feel different. But at the end of the day, probably was a little bit too much annoyance to have to do this thing every single area. But it's certainly we try these things out here and there. Some people probably thoroughly enjoyed engaging with that stuff, of course. And the end of the day, leagues are never going to really be for everyone. They're always going to have some amount of people who aren't really into it. But look, we tried something new. We always do like to try something new when it comes to these leagues, and a lot of people did enjoy various elements of it. Some of it doesn't hit. That's all right. Like, we don't do it again, right? Like, that's part of it. And this is a lesson learned every single league, right? There are always elements of leagues that don't work. There are elements we learn from. There are elements we don't repeat. And then we take often what we can do is take the stuff that is good, that is fun, and find a way to integrate it into the game later. And now the core game experience is overall better as a result of us, like, you know, learning from all the stuff.
Yeah. Keep the experiments going. Keep going wild with it. We're going to go rapid fire now so people can get their 30,000 patch notes, their record-setting patch notes very soon here. So we had finally the much-awaited massive melee changes. What was the big thing that led to you guys pulling the trigger on this issue?
I mean,
melee stuff.
Ultimately, the community. People wanted it. What
was like the key change that you kind of needed, maybe to get figured out?
The one that I remember us walking through was there was kind of we made a document of like, okay, what are the things that a melee build currently mandatorily needs to know to do in order to be viable, and effectively we had all these multipliers, and if you didn't know to do them, then you just sucked.
Bad. Yeah.
And so effectively we needed to do something about that to make it so that, like, you know, just hit things is like a more viable path. You know, like that, I think this is really looking at that, and so that hence why you have the removal of melee totems and so on. Honestly, even I was kind of shocked that Mark was like, let's just straight up remove them. I know we talked for a little bit about like maybe there's some way to make it so that, like, you know, you don't, the builds that use them aren't the same as melee builds or something, but in the end it was just like, you know what, we'll go clean slate, and we'll try to make sure, you know, let's just get rid of any of these barriers, and I think that was probably the right choice.
I just want you to hit things with your weapon, or monsters or the ground, with your weapon, and things die, and you're not having, like, don't get me wrong, I want there to be secondary axes of skills that are often skill involved. You do have to use them. I don't just want it to be that you have 1 6-link and every single other gem slot is empty. Like, it should be that there are these other axes, but I also want you to be able to choose whether or not, which ones you use, which ones you invest into the tree. Whereas a lot of what was happening before is, something is often either too powerful that you feel like you have to use it, and all of a sudden now every single build is using this exact same thing, and every single build feels so similar. Whereas really the way that should ideally work is something is much weaker initially, and you have to invest into the passive tree and stuff like that to make it good enough. But it means that different characters will have different secondary specializations, and you'll find a lot of these, like something like tinctures, something like retaliation skills, they're going to be quite polarizing. People are going to love them or hate them, and that's okay, that's good. And it means that you get these differences in builds where you are actually speccing into and using these secondary things. But the one other main thing is I really want it to be less unique item-driven mandatory things, right? I don't want uniques to suck, don't get me wrong. I just want it to be that it's like, in order to do X, Y, and Z, I must be using this, and now I'm considered viable by the game's standards, you know,
like build checklist thing that we...
Yeah, it's gone a little bit too far. And so we're bringing a lot of these mechanics to the forefront on the passive tree, because that is one way place. And of course, by having more... Like, considering when you've got this league, you're going to have runesmithing, you've got the, obviously, quality changes applies to unique, you've got the new modifiers on rare items, you've got, like, we haven't buffed the life on every unique, we've buffed it on Kelms, that's it, right? So all uniques proportionately just got worse to rare items, quite intentionally.
Items kommer ju vara helt borken nu alltså.
You know, rare item, and it's not, you know, it's not just hiding behind all these things
bara
you gotta learn wiki and
de buffade
do all that.
HP på inga andra uniks.
So without having to have extreme specialized knowledge, especially in melee this time round.
Kommer man inte vilja ha min favorit
chest. Hidden mechanics that were like hard to figure out way more to the foreground, so you
den är fortfarande bra early innan du får tag i de där basesarna och crafta på skiten och
also just hit things and they die.
Och så måste du ha massa current elickor så
I'm hitting things and they're not dying, but now I do this thing and combine this and this and this and this and this,
and now things get hit and die.
That is still there, and that will allow you to go even further and even more efficiently and thus get more items and more power, of course. Right, we're not dumbing things down. The intention is just to make it that, like, if you aren't doing all these things, you're not just absolute garbage.
Jag menar 3 endurance charges, eller vad blir det, 12% reduced eller damage taken är fucking massive.
Men de sa att de skulle göra svårare att få conversion.
Så
sa de det? Ja, men jag tänkte bara in general, bara elemental damage.
Om du tar den, alltså jag tror fan den här flashen stone kommer vara insane, för den där 10% var level 1. Samt att det är en aura som du kan scala.
Ja, det beror på hur stor den är och hur mycket den scalar med levels, både AOE och...
Ja, för då kommer du vilja aura area of effect också.
Men
vadå, hade den aura-tag nu?
And I do like the idea that
förut vet jag att den inte hade aura tag, det var typ reservation
eller något sånt där.
They're not an always up thing like the totems were, which
is
a big issue with them.
Det har aura tag. Spell aura AOE stance physical.
They automatically pick up when you exit the radius, so you can place them down and then just sprint, and then you get the effect.
5% mana reservation står det i alla fall på.
And sure, yeah, it might end up being like on rotation, it's being used for some builds, and on others they're being way more tactical with it, maybe like doing it during a breach and during this, but on regular monster to monster clearing they're not. Kind of want it to be. I feel you have a lot more agency with banners. And yeah, the other thing, of course, being getting rid of. I mean, even like Berserk, we're getting rid of a lot of the extreme high power mandatory things. That if you were a player who didn't know about it, all of a sudden you're not, you know, considered viable. And the one other thing we've done there, I know we said rapid fire, but don't worry, it's part of the question. We've made sure to take. We've got spreadsheets out the wazoo of like experience per hour testing. We've got like, you know, time testing. We've got like our one of the people probably see him takes ages, always on the ladder, frickin' winning things here and there. He has been sitting there running, literally doing races, technically with every single class, for the last 3 months, probably straight. Every single waking minute he is playing a different character, writing down times to kill Brutus, time to kill this, time to get to this, time to do this, XP per hours everywhere, what variables make the most difference. We've taken all of that data and gone and been like, alright, these are the outliers on the bottom, these are the outliers on the top, let's like find out where the thing should sit. And generally it's now meant to be, if you are a character with a melee character, and let's say you've got 70th percentile gear, and there's a caster next to you that has 70th percentile gear, if you can maintain, a melee character is generally meant to be stronger and more efficient at that point, of course, but it is easier to take damage and harder to maintain damage uptime as a result. So if you can overcome those two axes, a melee character with equivalent gear should be better than any other character.
On a better player, in a better player's hands.
Yes, and then a better player can obviously seize that even better and take that even further.
Ooh. It's fascinating. Yeah. So we've got like new item bases going into much higher level maps and stuff like that as well. What kind of led to that change there? Just making rares matter again?
Making rares matter again is one thing, but also it's, again, adding that very obvious way to keep getting upgrades throughout endgame. Honestly, given how long endgame takes and how much of an integral part of it is, like the amount of base types introduced there, like sure we had steel rings and two-tone boots, but they didn't really make a huge difference.
Yep.
So we're just adding more here. It is more clear, like if you are struggling in yellow maps, you have something you can try and get now to make that easier for yourself. If you're struggling in red maps, you have these obvious things that are like, this will be an upgrade for me. Let me actually try and do it. Obviously just on the defensive axis for now, so you can maybe focus a little bit more of your passives into damage, along with all the new defensive tools. But yes, primarily it is like, a more obvious, here's a way that you can upgrade your character. And of course for high-end players, it's a new thing to strive for, to push their character further than ever before. I wouldn't say this specific direct goal is like get rid of unique items. That is just a happy side effect of, rare items mattering more once again.
Alright, we'll wrap up pretty much there.
Yeah.
We've got lots of new leagues coming back this time. Is there any other ones you're looking forward to? I know people have been asking about the Trial of the Ancients as well, whether that sort of stuff's coming back.
Trial of the Ancestors, probably not. Maybe for I don't know. You never know with these things. If you had asked me Sentinel, I would have said no.
Yeah.
And now it is, so you never know with these things, honestly. I'd say there's no current plans, but okay, who knows? Things change every week around here.
Guys, this was a massive Q&A. I'm exhausted. It's awesome. Let's go take a break and let people read some patch notes. And there'll be an FAQ news post wrapping up some of the questions from this, but also ones that we didn't get a chance to get around to. So you guys will be able to answer some of them there.
Yes, my patch notes.
But,
gimme.
Jonathan, thank you very much.
Thank you, and good luck to everyone reading
Det
those
borde redan vara
questions.
ute nu. Hello.
It'll take a while. We considered doing audiobook versions of them in the past, but I'm not going to be sitting there. I would have to read
Borde de inte uppdatera hemsidan så att man...
Remind us to drink lots of water and enjoy, folks. But that's it for now.
Thanks
for watching, folks.
Där.
Thank you.
Settlers of the Kalgor. Nice. Då ska
Nu ska jag läsa.
stänga den där lite tvärt.
Crushing Fist.
Fistna,
Vengeful
yes.
Cry. Overexert.
Då ska vi se, stänga där. Och vad tryckte jag på news? Nähä, man kom på in på live.
Sword Store. Expert.
Trailer, allt det där skit jag jävla...
Glacial Shield Swiper. Italians is blocked hit.
Där har man. Nice. Hur är det då jag brukar göra? Man ska ta bort det där. Sen måste man gå där. Trycka där. Det där är rätt fönster. Sen gör man F12. Nej, det är inte F.
18 helmets, 18 body arms, 12 gloves, 12 boots. Tänk om de hade introducerat nya vapenbase types.
Det hade varit burken.
Ja, det var för bra.
Nej, så blir det. Jävlar vad det.
Vad fan är grattissignet för något jävla skit?
Allt sånt där. Gain ward instead of 50% armor radiation rating from equipped body armor. Sun rune. Can be used runesmithing weapon.
Den enda vanliga inheritance var väl det borken, var det inte? Nej. Jo. Nej.
Har de lagt in nya tattoos eller vad?
Ja, några var det.
Känns det
var någon blind, någon
lightning
rest. Lightning rest.
Benefit gain as extra feature of weapon physical. Man. Synd man inte fick upp caster.
15 new uniques, 5 new div cards.
Place order. Står det mycket det kostar att marketera? Valorb, bla bla bla. Place order. Ja. Och sitta inuti skärmen, jag ser ingenting. 150 för en.
Jävlar, creating a solo self-account character no longer requires you to have previously freed desired on your account.
Jävlar.
Added a slot for stack decks and currency stash tab.
Jävlar. Det är din favorit. Den där skölden, alltså vad var det? Massa ward, eller ja, massa 130.
Kör bältet också.
Chance to block is lucky, trigger Exhausted elemental spell on block 0.25 cooldown. Måste slå på lite favoritmusik också. Varför har jag inte gjort det? Diablo 2. Nya gamsan Eviscerate. Det var retaliation-grejerna. Yes, jag är gladiata. Nu ska vi kolla här. Chance to block attack or spell damage is lucky if you block. Chance to block is spell attack, block attack or spell damage is lucky. Ja. Det borde ju vara ganska decent. Du får 75 gånger 2, det borde ju bli ganska mycket. Gain 50% base chance to block from equipped shield instead of shield's value. Gain 50% base chance to block. Inherit bonus from dual wielding is double. Okay. Interesting. Retaliation skill usable additional 5% chance to remain usable and not to be consumed on a cooldown use. War of attrition 9% more damage. Yep. Bleed-grejerna är kvar. Nej, wait what? Och som har tagit bleed-poppen på de 2 första pointsen. That's massive. Bleeding which has been aggravated always deal higher damage as though target was moving. Weapon mastery 25%.
Wait, what?
Ja, det är det där.
Det är ett sjukt nytt kluster. Flask adjacent to applied tincture gain 2 charges when you hit an enemy in a weapon, no more than once every second. Eller för sig, det är ändå bara typ 10 charges för en full duration. Men det är ändå någonting, 10 charges 50 sekunder in actual combat.
Yep. Melee crit multi increase mana. Effekt av mana burn rate, interesting. Och Warden Ascendancy ska vi se på. Hits that ignite instead scorch. You can inflict an additional scorch on each enemy. Så vadå, du kan få 60%. Nej, det är inte pen. Minus 60 resistance då på dem, eller var. Det låter ju ganska borken.
Jävlar, det måste vara 316 för Wildwood.
Ja, 16 eller 17. Minimum 16 blir det ju. Enemies you freeze remain frozen for at least 2 seconds. Hits that fail to freeze due to insufficient freeze duration inflicts Horfrost. Horfrost and last 10 sekunder can be inflicted multiple times. Refreshes duration as existing each increases freeze duration. Interesting. Maximum shock effect is 2% increased damage taken. You can apply. Alltså vadå? Maximum effect of shock is 2% increased damage taken. You can apply up to 50 shocks. Men de måste ju träffa fucking 50 gånger, är det så det funkar? Suppress spark skin. Suppress evasion. Minus 15. Cold lightning. Vänta. Minus 15 fire, cold and lightning damage taken from spell hits per bark. Okej. Prevented. Plus 2% suppress spell damage per bark below. Lose one. Interesting. Tincture effects can also apply to ranged weapon. Okay. You can have additional tincture. Tincture effect. Tincture effects linger on you for 0.5 seconds per mana burn on you when the tincture was deactivated. Up to a maximum 6 seconds. Interesting.
Jävlar vad de gattade Divskar.
Det är bra. Och jävlan där. Styrkekästen requires 293 styrka. Så det är nog inget man bara kan slänga på typ vilken witch som helst till exempel.
Vad sa du?
Sån där super chest base. Styrkebasen kräver 293 styrka.
Jävlar, ja.
Det är
Man
nice.
kommer ju typ köra, vad heter de? Hybridbase säkert. Så mycket.
Kan vara insane. Oljorna, audience with the king. Maven chisel improves the quality of map. Rarity. Maven
Jävlar vad de bajsar på curation, Divskar även.
Unique monster in area. Wait, unique monsters in area of 2 additional monster modifier. Det borde ju bli giga mycket mer loot, va?
Okej. De har lagt till en ganska bra dock.
Nation cars which drops in area are stolen by the final map boss. Final map
Ja, jag
boss
sa ju det.
becomes
Men det
more
dopar allt.
difficult and deals increased. Men vad då är det typ för bossrush eller är dum? Deals increased damage. The more divination cards they have stolen. Final map boss duplicates all. The final map boss becomes divination cards which drop in area are stolen. Så då är det bara bossrusha då? Det kan det väl inte vara?
Nej, du måste ju fortfarande döda mobsen så att det läggs för bossen.
Ja, okej, ja. Men Maven som droppar de där kisslarna, det är jag väldigt uruad för. För då antar jag att det är bara såna här jävla, när du är runkar i Cruciblen, du kan droppa sånt. Men då måste du ju få nog mycket för att det... Om du får typ en per encounter, det lär ju vara cringe och... Ja. Det var inte mycket där på den grejen. Då ska vi kolla, vad var det då? Notes of the patch. Är de ute nu? Back to main site. Forum. Ja, där är den. Eller, nej. Jo, här har vi.
Okej, de tog bort den där rare currency shards grejen. Single type skit.
Ja, men. Hur ska vi då kunna få en mirror? Oh my god.
Eller ja, de gjorde om den inte så att... Vi borde göra det lite bättre.
Strength. Det finns nog mer. Strength deck. Swordsman. Var det alla grejer de visade? Glacial Shield Swipe, yeah. Rupture var ju den. Retribution. Added a new Arsenal of Vengeance Keystone passive. Then Retaliation. Become usable every 6th hit from enemies instead. Huh. Added 60 new armor base types. 18 av Helmet, body armor, 12 gloves, boots. Okej. 15 nya uniks. 5 nya divination cards, 72 more foiled garbage. Introduce Maven chisels, it improves currency found, replaces other whatever. Eller vänta. That improves the quality of map enhancing currency found, replaces other quality types. Never mind.
Wait, what? Nej, det var inte det här.
Melee improvement skit jag i. Ban rework.
Den där jävla Wisp Scarabin är nog bättre. För den är 2000 till rand och sen kan man få plus allt annat.
Rage rework. Tincture, brymen. Retaliation, don't care. Endgame improvements. Holy shit vad grejer. Okej. 6 slot in maps, you know, chance. Wildwood. These woods do not contain NPCs from Affliction League, yeah. Nameless.
Monsters in Ultimatum Encounters drop loot once again.
Wow.
That's actually playable.
Ja, det beror ju på hur mycket loot det.
Men man behöver ju heada inte grabbar.
Ja, garbar. Nameless Seer. For the scry. Scrying a map allows you to swap divination card. Yep.
Jävlar, de nerfat Divine Shrines.
A specific map cannot be in multiple swaps. Yep. If you want to undo your choice or by scouring. Yep. Jag hoppas att Nameless Seeren inte fucking mest rare i universum så att man actually kan sätta upp lite.
Borde ju vara en per i alla fall 50, 100.
Ja, så man kan sätta upp, inte fan vet jag, vi säger typ hur många olika maps skulle man kunna tänka sig vilja köra genom en liga, typ 3, 4, 5, 6 kanske, I don't know.
Du kan basically bara köra samma maps hela tiden och bara lägga den
det beror ju på vad man ska köra för Atlas strats, det beror ju på vad du vill ha för map. We've done shuffles, bla bla bla, whatever. Hovering over selected.
Atlas passive tree changes.
See the name of divination cards into the highlight filter on Atlas. Det är nice, så du kan söka efter doktor.
Kan du söka på doktor eller apotekari?
That is very nice. New fragment, det var ju den. The name taker. Tricksters mind unique no drop.
Packed with energy, var inte det? Var det den man ville ha? Var det den som gav grejen?
Grejen, tror det. Har de tagit bort den?
Ja, de har tagit bort.
No!
Nej, eller den är inte permanent längre.
Men va? Fuck de orden.
35% increased damage, 50% plus sulfite intoxicants last 60 seconds. Så det är fortfarande fine för rusha maps.
Ja, men man vill ju ha det för att smootha ut kuken. It could drop blah 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 invert, or it could provide reflecting. Yep. Så jag undrar hur rare både Kalandra-skiten är och att man får en sån där grej man kan poola. Spara upp till senare i mig. Stumble on Sentinels, det är också 16-17. So they aren't items, click on them and they can be activated in that area at any time. Okay, Scarabs, Chisel, Horizon. Drop rules as map. Wait, what? Scarab, Chisel, Horizon Orb now follow the same drop rules as map. As they are consumer proportional to endgame maps, they do not drop more with additional party members. Okay. Nor do they scale with bonuses to item quantity. Ja, men det spelar ingen roll. Not get blah 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 blah. The intention is to keep the number of these items dropping always proportional to the I don't know. Kan vara bra, kan vara cringe också beroende på hur bra eller hur dåligt det är. Once killed from all leagues and additional content can now drop maps. Hold up. Monsters killed from all leagues and additional content can now drop maps. Previously most monsters were prevented from dropping maps, except from bosses, elite monsters, all of them can now drop. But they have a map drop penalty, independently varies. Okej, så antar att in theory det ska vara mer map sustain. Wait, what? Introduced Scarab bisection, which allows you to select the nullify prefix or nullify suffix crafting option on the map device. What? The Hornet Scarab of Awakening no longer provides this option. I don't know. Vet inte ens vad det är, men jag håller med. Beyond Scarab of the Invasion now causes rare monsters slain in area to create additional Beyond portaler. Previously just unique, okay. Blight Scarab of Oils. Blight Scarab of Blight and Heart no longer provides oil plus antir. Instead now causes Blight encounters in area to have one blighted chest. What? Blight encounters.
Varje lane har väl en extra chans.
In area spawn more waves of enemy. Blighted chests in area grow larger the more rewarding and the more blighted enemies are slain. Huh. Blighted encounters spawn more wave of monsters. Blighted chests in area grow larger and more rewarding the more blighted enemies are slain. Så då ska man då inte köra det i tajta maps kanske? I don't know. Could be interesting.
Sen kan du demontera dem sen. Det var något längre ner. Det var under Atlas Passive 3 Changes.
Delhi Scarab Mania now causes Delhi in area to increase 50% faster. Yeah, whatever. Div Scarab has been renamed. The Div Scarab of Cloister no longer provides her 50% increase div card in area, instead now causes area to contain 8 till 12 additional packs of Dweed Rest Devoted and causes Dweed Rest Devoted have 1% chance to drop a stack deck. No! Måste man hålla på att öppna stack decks och skit? No, bro. Ugh. Scarab of Curation renamed Plenty no longer 10% more div per different favorite or divination cards replace blah blah blah. It instead now causes up to 5 magic packs of monsters in area to drop an additional divination card. Div Scarab of Completion of Pilfering no longer provides. Yeah, it now provides divination card which drop in area are stolen by final map boss. Jaha, det var ju bara den de visade tidigare. Domination Scarab of Abnormity has been, it now causes 2 additional Apparition Shrine instead of the additional usual shrine. Jag vet inte ens vad det är, men jag håller med. Domination Scarab of Teaching has been renamed. It now contains an additional evolving shrine instead of causing. Yep, oväntat att de nerfa XP shrine. Big surprise, did not see that one coming. Cartography Scarab. It now provides 10% increased maps found in area for each Map modifier affecting the area. Huh. That's interesting. Ja, det är buff om du ska 8-modda senare eller kör typ till... Kan man droppa till 17 i 17?
Nej.
Search. Carter Scarab of Ascension, Renamed of Risk, now causes an area to have a additional random modifier. Huh. Så då kan man ju köra typ 10 mod maps eller vad? Det är ju crazy. That could be nasty. Interesting. Carter Scarab of Duplication. Multitude now causes contain 8 to 12 packs. Difficult rewarding monster which drop 300% increased map instead of causing duplicated. Harvey Scarab no longer grant drop rarer currency or drop single type of currency, instead causes Harvey area to spawn empowered obelisk, and empowered obelisks drop currency charge when defeated.
Wait, what? De buffar eller hit?
Jävlar.
Off the spectra.
Vad är det de gör med den då?
Ja, typ... Är det 20% buff?
Ja.
Eller ja, de ökar mana-kosten.
Jaha, ja.
Ja, en från 67 och 20. Från 20 till... Eller 11 till 20.
All rare unique monsters area drop have dropped items transformed by a reward modifier previously as rare. Players at... Jaha, jag vet inte. Mysterious Scarab. Scarab of Divinity no longer barrel. Now cause an additional rare monster in area will be Pantheon touched. Yeah, whatever. Reliquary Scarab. Titanic Scarab har den blivit döpt till, jävlar. Inte 100% unik.
Oh jävlar, 20% Flesh and Stone max low.
Vad sa du, 20%?
Less 20% och 19% minus damage taken at game level 20, och sen kan du få effekt. Så du kan få typ 22% less damage taken close, nearby. That's pretty good.
Unique monsters have 2% increased toughness, damage, rarity and quantity of item per 1% pack size. That's pretty cool. Men det är unik monsters, då måste man ju fortfarande mer. Okay. Reliquary Scarab of Overlord. Cause unique monsters in area to drop additional unique. Instead causes unique monsters in area to have 2 additional rewards. 30% increased toughness. Yeah.
What, de bajsar på Grace.
Nice. Slipper du köra den.
Ja, Pure Death elementen gör ju det.
Det har du alltid varit, så det går bra. Nameless here. No! No longer nameless here. Instead causes...
De bajsar också på Hatred. Det är ingen more damage utan det är bara S extra. Från 25 till 39.
I mean, det är kinda about time to be honest. Men Hatred kommer ju typ fortfarande vara bästa damage-auran.
Ja, för det kommer gå fizz
med tanke
också.
på bara Watchers Eye alltså.
Jo, och att du går fizz.
Yeah.
Eftersom fizz är buffat så är det med det bättre också. Men jag tror nog att det är en nerf in top.
Nerf är ju obviously, men som sagt, om du jämför Watchers Eye-modden med de andra 50% damage-aurorna, it's not even close alltså.
Nej. Det kommer göra att anger är bättre tills du får rätt mod.
Yep. Ritual Scarab of Wisps, no longer unique. Slain grant tribute instead ritual altars. Spawn a wildwood wisp and wisps grant 50% increased tribute. Huh. I don't know. Maybe coolt. The scarab of wisps now causes monsters in area to have a chance to be empowered by 2000 wildwood wisps, previously 1000. Interesting.
Vänta, va? Varför nerfar de lightning? Eller ja, nerf. Det är nog fan en nerf.
Okej, någon jävla sulfite scarab blev total bajsad på. Ja. Whatever. Torment scarab, 3 additional, previously 5. Possessed monsters. Scarabs can no longer be obtained. Orkans läser där massa random. Känner igen namnet på någon. Expedition Scarab, Legion Scarab, Sulfite of Green. Whatever. After socketing your first Voidstone of Atlas, you can hover over tier 14 and higher maps to view what tier 17 maps drop. That's good. Cool. Cool. Monsters in tier 17, less, yeah. Tier 17 map modifiers only, bla bla.
De verkar ha gjort om alla bow-attacker och inte ha inherent added damage. Men de har increased effectiveness of added damage. Borde vara same, I guess. Det borde vara bättre på högre level. Borde vara lite sämre över dem.
Ja. Tills man har en fin båge.
Yeah.
Exclusive tier 17 map modifiers now have increased rarity to quant ratios more in line with the regular map modifier. Så tier 17s borde vara nerfade in terms of loot. Union of Soul can no longer spawn.
Fan, det finns ju ingen banner som är bra för mig.
Nej, de är väl bara tänkt som melee typ.
Ja. Eller det är mer... Stod det melee eller stod det physical?
Men
physical damage with melee.
Double anointed amulets måste ju vara insane.
Ja, om alltså, det hittar någon med bra kombo.
Obviously, men... För jag menar, en anoint borde ju vara lätt värt mer än en affix på ett item, men any decent anoint. Så det blir typ basically som att du har ett 7 moddat item. Så det borde ju vara closer to... Fast så är det ju det du måste ju få på en bra base. Fast i och för sig recombinator.
Inspiration buff, eller?
Monsters in Ultimate and Hordes. Abyssal Depths, no. Abyssal Depths. Just det, det är det. Some of Minor Beast Harvest Memory. Call you. Also now have a chance to encounter whatever. Janus Fortification, Safe House Reward, now a Chest of Domination, Scarab, whatever. You now have a chance to find the Gloom or Charged Shrine in areas. Borde du uppskatta? Ooh, okay. Divine Shrines are now rarer. Have a duration 20 instead of 45.
Det är actually buff.
Det är en jävla buff. Slipper man spränga datorn och lagga ur och dö. Så det är bra buff. Puzzleboxes, ja det står ingenting om dem. Following maps have been added back. City Square, det är min favorit. Hittat 2 Mage Blood och en Mirror i City Square. Best map confirmed. Coast finns ju. On the Mansion, Lighthouse Information. Mesa är nice. Japp. Following maps being removed. Canyon, Crimson Temple. Haha, du behöver inte möta Forking.
De nerfar Tailwind, vill jag.
Jävlar, vad gjorde de?
Gathering Winds 10% effekt istället för 5.
10 istället för, vad sa du? 15?
15.
Det är inte så farligt.
Nej. Vad är det? 50% mindre effekt av tailwind, basically.
Ja, men det är väl... ger inte nästan lika mycket när du har fullt med stacks, eller hur fan det nu blir. Jag vet inte, jag kommer inte ihåg. Jag så länge sedan.
Det var forshot 30% eller var det mer förut?
Jag tror det har varit 30%, för det är väl basically bara en reverse point blank, tror jag. Eller är det upp till 6?
De rewardade den då. Det står 30 nu.
Okay. Map tiers have been shuffled. Some of the bosses you're required to defeat to upgrade your pantheon, change crafting recipes, whatever. Delhi first way, yeah, whatever. Ritual. Corpses, lowest tier ritual.
Åh jävlar. De tar bort att man inte kan anointa plus 30 attributes.
Wait, what? Varför?
There are now more notables on the passage tree than there are all combinations to anoint them all.
Whatever. Gauntlets, implicit chance to block. Whatever. Slippers is now reduced movement speed and increased cooldown recovery. Whatever. Sinister gloves. They no longer reduce attack damage. They now provide 30% reduced cooldown recovery rate for throwing traps. Whatever.
De nerfar life cost-grejen. Mastery.
Vad är det? 20?
15. Och 50 life-grejen till 30.
Aj. Jag tror inte ens den är värd att ta except early alltså. Med tanke på att du får ju mer life på gear nu.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kinda cringe. Double cringe.
Den där 15 är förmodligen fortfarande värd då.
Ja, kostnaden, ja. Men då bör man nog basically mest rola en till, vad säger man, ringcraft. För förut var det ju typ en ringcraft och skillen. Så var det ju typ enough. Medan nu mest troligen båda plus den. Men ja. General web added item quantity or rarity bonuses to a number of mechanics such as essence deli. On top of that we have added drop lines only previously. Ultimatum. Ja, så kanske kan få lite MF när man essence formar alltså.
Jag kan ta med det lite, vad heter de? Ghosts alltså.
There were cases utilized by, yeah, whatever.
De nerfade Adorn. Ja, de bajsar från våren.
Hur mycket går den till nu? 100?
0 till 100.
Ja. Jag tyckte att det är bättre än att bara göra en 50 till 100 i alla fall.
Ja.
Då är det mer
Man kan ha gjort 25 till 110 eller något sånt där också.
Ja, men jag vet inte vad det är för thresholds då, men ja. Det är fine. Jag tror fortfarande den kommer vara helt borken eftersom att du kan göra dina synt implicit.
Speciellt nu om voices kommer vara mer common.
Ja, det också. Yeah, that's actually very true. Player increased item quantity, allt sånt där kan man då bara skippa över.
De bajsar på Defiance också. Varför då? 10 till 20 istället för 25 till 35. Man hade kunnat haft det till 25 alla.
Du borken. Speciellt för HC Cooks, I guess. Player balance.
Ja, lite för...
Corpses spawned by Desecrate and Corpse Walk now have flat 50% chance to match Spectres rather than bla bla.
De tar ju bort typ alla fyrstekarnas grejer.
Spectral Corpses, nej, säg inte så.
Yep.
Spectral Corpses can spawn bla bla bla, itemize bla bla bla. Endurance charge.
Jävlar, Olros Resolve 85% less war during effect, previously 70.
Ward is now instantly restored after 2 seconds, previously 4.
Okay, that's actually
Wield,
down.
grant previously, skills melee, player minions. Player minions are no longer targeted by enemies while the player has a grace period buff. Att den inte har varit i spelet. Att minions inte kan bli targetade när du står i grace. Jesus, att det har tagit så lång tid. You can no longer be stunned.
Okej, det var det golden väl?
Ja. Men jag kommer aldrig göra det ändå, så det går bra. You can no longer be stunned while performing a val skill.
De bajsar ju på Taste of Fate också.
Jävlar.
Den har inte taken us längre, utan den har 20% of fire and lightning from hits taken us cold. Den är mycket mer...
I niche cases är den nog jävligt mycket bättre. Men
men i flesta cases, no. Speciellt eftersom det är lightning, jag tror jag är bra.
Cannot be stunned when performing. Skill gem. Chain's Divine Blessing support has been removed. Tackar. Fuck, det är jävla skiten.
Alla blessing?
Divine Blessing.
Var det den alla använde?
Ja, den som kostade mana som du...
Eternal, vad gjorde den då?
Det var... Du permanent slår på en aura. Alltså utan mana-kostnad.
Ja.
Så det var typ bara för Archmage builds basically.
Istället för den jävla ringen liksom.
Japp. Ja men det är nice. Fuck det där jävla Divine Blessing, hatar skit.
Ja, det var bara skit.
Following skill no longer have fist tag. Blade Flurry off bla bla bla.
Speciellt eftersom du kunde få igång det med 0 bana-kost liksom.
Japp. Lancing Steel of Spraying har inte fist tag, alltså Split Arrow, Shrapnel, Ballista, Multi-Strike, Support and Awaken, Multi-Support now described.
Jävlar! What? De bajsar sönder på fyrstecken alltså.
Sadish.
Eller det är bra för mig, för jag hade det som... Vad heter det? Som bowboy.
Mental hit require. Oh, det är därför tror jag. Elemental hit skill now requires melee weapon och du måste off spectrum.
Nej.
Jo,
Ja,
för
jag
att
vet.
använda bow.
Ja, jag vet. Men varför buffar de den för det? Det var ju redan bra.
För att du måste investera och runka. Puncture skill requires bow.
Varför måste du investera då?
Ja, men vadå, du kan ju inte ens använda eller hit om du inte har alt-gammet.
Nej, det vet jag. Men varför ska de buffa alt-gamet för det?
Ja, för att du måste ju runka för att ens kunna använda skit.
Ja, men det är väl ingen anledning att buffa den när den redan är bra.
Ja, obviously är det väl det.
Nej,
annars
det är
hade
bara
de
för
väl
att
inte
veta vad
gjort
de gör.
det, eller var?
Det är bara för att de inte vet någonting.
Ja, de vet ingenting. Elemental arrow fired from prismatic blink now correctly. Whatever. Elemental arrow, men ingen bryr sig. Absolution now have 180 scaling up to previously. Okay. Whatever. Absolution of inspiring, samma sak där, men bryr sig. Ancestral Cry, bryr mig inte. Armageddon Brand, Damage Effectiveness har gått från 100, eller från 200 till 180 och den får plus 1% per level. Oh no. Whatever. Så det är typ så på alla de där jävla grejerna. Lite mana-kostnader från priset. Bane of Diarrhea, previously. Scaling up, whatever. Barrage now, mana cost. Wow. Barrage minus 1 mana cost. Let's go. Berserk no longer provide more damage with attacks, more attack speed, more movement speed, or less damage taken. What the fuck does it do? Now provides 40% increased effect of rage at level 1 up to 59%. Unless man har mycket rage generation så lär berserk typ inte ens vara värd att använda. Eller det beror på om man kan få rage-effekt från något.
Nej, du kan ju få att den, vad heter det, inte börjar ticka förrän senare. Du kan ju få typ så att den tar typ 8-10 sekunder innan den åker ner.
Blade Flurry no longer has bla bla bla. Blade Storm now has mana cost. Det är allt. Damage effectiveness 150 previously. Okej, det är ganska mycket.
Jävlar, flera unique cards ganska på.
Alltså det är unikkartor.
Unik div-kort.
Blade Storm, whatever. Blast range. Mindre mana kostnad, that's it. Whatever. Blight. Buff. Yay. Du kan göra en Blight-gubbe nu i båten, let's go.
Ja.
Bone Shatter. Acorn in Shambles. Mana cost 9. Scaling up to 12. Previously 5 all levels. Haha. Nerfed Corn. No longer has plus 2 meters melee strike range. Now has damage effectiveness space previously. Ja, den gör mer damage men tappar QL. I don't know. Det är bra eller dåligt. Bone Shatter, Burning Arrow. Vad är Burning Arrow då? No longer has added fire damage against Ignited. Now has previously scaling up to holy shit. Eller det beror på no longer has. Burning Arrow kanske gör riktigt jävla mycket damage i Mana Forge nu. Från 300% damage effectiveness till 420. That's quite a lot. Call to Arms. Auto Exertion. Now reserves mana per supported Warcry. No! Ska man inte kunna auto endurance charge? Fuck me. Those Warcries to be...
Jag kommer ha en fin timeless juvel som fixar endurance charge på kill alltså.
Auto Exertion supports now can support multiple Warcries. Det är väl coolt men 15% mana reserve per Warcry. Det lät fan mycket.
Vänta, har du inte alla Kirak mods igen?
Jag vet inte.
Jo, de buffar bara vissa Kirak mods, verkar det som. 6 chaos och 4 additional imprisoned monsters. Det är fan bara hookshop.
Supported Warcries do not grant buffs or charges to... what the fuck? It also now cannot be support rotation. Caustic Arrow. No longer is added chaos damage, now it's damage effectiveness. Whatever. Chinook, don't care, short slash, cleave, rage, cold snap, consecrated path. Den cool. Damage effectiveness. Cyclone då, no longer added där. Damage effectiveness previously scaling up to. Now has a mana cost of 2, scaling up to 3, previously 2. Whatever. Defiance banner. Must gain banner. From melee combat. Du kan inte använda någon banner då antar jag. Jag antar det på alla. Orkar inte ens bry mig om det. Determination. Allies gain 90 previously scaling up to. Ja. Är det samma sak på Grace? Borde ju vara i knutarna. Desecrate. Maximum
typ halva.
level of corpses is now level 20 at gamla. What? Up to 80 previously 100. Yep. Dorianis touch, whatever. Double strike, whatever. Dread banner, whatever. Dual strike, earthquake, earth shatter, elemental hit. Mana kostnad mindre. Scaling up to now has
Jag är klar.
Jävlar. Enduring Cry no longer grant a brief burst of life regen. Det var tråkigt. The buff grants 2% life regen per second per 5 power. Can count to 25. Base duration is now 2.5, scaling up to previously 2. Okay. Interesting. Allied players are now granted endurance charge as well as user. Huh. Wait, får man alltid endurance charge då, eller vad? Ensnaring arrow. What about you? Whatever. Essence drain är buffad. What are you waiting for? Log in.
Log in.
Eko nerf early on. Yay, för den var så bra early on. Exsanguinate. Damage effectiveness up to previously. Yep. Var det inte David som pratade om Exsanguinate? He got nerfed. Flame dash, whatever, flamethrower. Less damage from attacks from enemies that aren't nearby. Violence instance. Flicker, är du buffad? Det är du. Holy shit, scaling up to nästan dubbel, Jesus. Eller flickering now. Frenzy of onslaught. Damage effectiveness. Scaling up to... whatever. Eller står någonting in för använd bow. Det får man som har någon. Frostbolt nerf. Wait, what? No longer added lightning damage. Galvanic arrow nerf, tror jag. Surge. Men vadå? Hate, alltså är hatred fortfarande en 50% aura?
Verkar så. Helt jävla bajs om man inte har... vad heter den grejen?
Yeah, that seems...
Nerf har ju koldat också, I think.
Ja, just ja, that's true. Men de hade ju i alla fall, vad är det, Malevolence och Celergy redan. Men ja, jag vet inte om hatred var straight up bättre, men ja. As you say, Herald of Ash buff no longer grant more fire spell damage. No, my build! My build got nerfed. Sage, de nerfade min build. Why you do this? God damn it. Ice Nova, Ice Shot. Intimidating Cry, Kinetic Blast, där Wonderborken. Mycket mindre mana-kostnad på KB. Attack speed. Multiplier. Wait! KB gigabuff, ta med fan. It now also has increases and reduction to spell damage applied to attack from this skill at 200% value. Och du får 115% attack speed och löser mana problem också. Jesus.
Du kommer väl bara köra... Eller vad sa du?
Alltså KB är ju gigabuffad. Du har mer attack speed, du får 200% spell damage as apply attack damage. Och du...
That's pretty insane, ja.
Mana
Borde kunna
kostnad.
liggstarta det.
Gå från...
Det är lite jobbigt att crafta en wand då.
Du lär ju inte behöva det
Det
bäst.
kommer ju vara crit-cappad eller som helst.
Ja.
Också.
Och mana-kostnaden på level 20 från 16 till 9. That's... borde underlätta mer kuken. That's insane, dude. Man kan båta. Lacerate, whatever. Leap slam. Lightning arrow, vad är det då? Damage effectiveness. Previously. Ja, det är som du säger. Mer effectiveness men ingen flat. Now as mana 6 previous. Lite mana sustain, I guess. Lightning strike. Molten shell. Level requirement of 16. Strength requirement. That's kind of cringe. Penance brand. Scaling up to... Okej, så det är bara sämre i början. Så det här är väl samma på den där. Japp. Power Siphon då. Är den också eldborken? Mindre mana-kostnad, mer attack speed, increase reduction, spell damage. Yep. Yeah, maybe Wonder är insane. Eller har de nerfat alla attack speed bases på wands? And no, I don't know. Seems pretty nutty. Rage Vortex. Buff. Rage Storm Order. Huh. Ja, det kan nog vara insane. Rain of Arrow. Ja, det var ju ingenting. Finns det någonting mer man bryr sig om? Jävlar vad jag håller på att kissa ner mig snart. Seismic Cry, Shattering Steel, Shrapnel, Shield Charge, Shield Crush. Är det någonting här jag bryr mig om? Storm Rain då. Lite mindre mana-kostnad. Yippie! Vilken buff du fick båten. Tornado Shot, mana-kostnad mindre. Scaling up to mer. Ja, det var ju tråkigt. Whatever. Toxic Range. Buff. Wow. Du, ändringarna på typ alla bowgams är ju typ skittråkiga. Ja, plus 1 mana-kostnad eller minus 1 mana-kostnad. Let's go. War Banner. Yeah, you must gain valor from melee combat, whatever. Warlord's Mark no longer grant rage. Instead now has cursed enemies grant rage when stunned. Om det... Nej just det, kan man inte ens använda då på en bowgubbe. Det är trash. Whirling Blade, whatever. Wild Strike. Wild Strike hela burken alltså. Val skill balance. Är det någonting man bryr sig om? Tror icke det. Sport can balance. Jävla mycket. Jag måste kissa alltså, Birbe. Jesus. Support guns, inspiration to have less mana kostnad instead of reduced. Wait, är inte det egentligen typ... Det är typ... Jag tror det kan både vara sämre och bättre. Eftersom att... Inspiration-ändringen.
Nej, jag tror bara wording så att det ska stacka bättre med skill 3-grejen.
Probably. Men jag tänkte för förut då fanns det ju, kunde man ju investera lite i reduce mana kostnad, då var ju det additive så det blev bra. Medan nu är det där en less och då om andra grejer är reduced mana kostnad så blir det väl sämre. Det beror på vad allt annat är. Eftersom att då blir det runk på runk istället för additive runk. Infused channeling no longer. And is now blah 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 requires blah 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 blah. Infusion last 6. Finish channeling. That's infusion grants blah blah blah. Take less damage from hits. Okay. Or damage previously found on scaling up. Increase duration. Renamed to more duration. Now grants more skill effect duration. Det borde ju vara jävligt mycket bättre. Eller om du har någon form of duration scaling så är det ju bättre. Okay, interesting. Fist of War, Earth, Indications to Bleed. Whatever. Berserker. Jag kommer aldrig spela. Wait, what the fuck? Skit. Juggernaut no longer provides chaos power. Reduced element damage taken. Now provides 10% additional. Eller damage reduction per endurance charge. Det var inte mycket. Men unbreakable. No longer armor applies to. Now has 5% increase. Now has 5% of armor increase to chaos damage taken from hits. Jävlar, Jugg blev väl jättebajsad på. Jesus. Unstoppable swapped with fortitude. Wait a minute. Or cannot be stunned. Instead, nearby allies count as having fortification equals to yours. Jävlar, champion är värsta supportkucken nu. Jesus. Gör 15 fortification instead of 20, okay. Inspiration, no ascendancy, passive, no longer banner, no reservation, no grants. When you leave your banner area, recover 30%. Whatever. Galdiata har vi sett. Deadeye, Gathering Wind. 15-10, ja. Rupturing. Passive skill. This new passive 5% more accuracy per frenzy and maximum frenzy. Gain a frenzy charge each second while moving. Då kommer man ju alltid vara capad på frenzy charges basically. Ja. Power shot instead. Japp. Wait. Far shot ascendancy. Borde inte den då funka med bågen? För den gav väl far shot också. Borde ju då kunna vara borken. Orden, whatever. Ascendant. What do you do now? Provide inherent. Whatever. Chieftain. Instead provides for grape effect. What a pile of ass. Instead now provides frenzy charge every 3 seconds while moving. Jesus. Galdiata. Bla 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 bla. Jävlar vilken del det är. It now provides 5% chance aggravated. Yeah, gain 5% base chance to block. Instead of the shields value. Jag fattar inte ens vad det menas. Whatever. Raider notable. Cold Warden. Instead now causes attack damage to penetrate and provides you can have an additional tincture active. Huh. Decent maybe. Passive 3 changes. Det där orkar jag inte ens läsa igenom. Jesus. Adorned. Tar ner röven. Japp. Dancing Dervish. Kramadon. No longer has. Destiny. Eternal Domination now cannot gain endurance charges and cannot gain power charges. Wow. Men cannot gain. Då borde man ju fortfarande kunna köra typ ralla cash och vara capad anyway. Interesting. Skräp, Chaos Heart, Buff, Pokers, Lethal Pride Unique. Reveal that added physical damage taken as fire instead gives ett rage grant on melee hit. RIP! Kan man inte cheesy tanka upp med en sån. Det är tråkigt. Night Grip. Warlords. Pedrify. Där. De jävlar. Replika vet inte ens vad det är. Rig Wolves Command. Skit. Surrender. Initial no longer granting. Nej, ja, whatever. Crushing Fist. Taste of Hate. No longer. Instead now has 20-30 lightning damage from hits. Wait, it now has fire and lightning. Yep. Reckless Defense and Replica now provides 26% instead of 24. Quality, bla bla bla. Non-gam items that generate with the random quality can now generate up to 30 quality. That's not bad. The maximum quality run... Nej, Tainted the Garbage går nu bara upp till 20% quality. Fan vad ass. Här är ju fucking Bobo. Bobo do Popo. NPCs will no longer have items that can be purchased with quality and no longer sell glass blowers. Ugh. Då kommer man ju vara fucking starvad på glass blowers i en jävla evighet. That sucks fucking wiener. Dynga. But wait. Gevelar med max resistance. Kan man inte bara göra harvest-knepet då och swappa max resistance till det man vill ha?
Vad sa du?
Maximum resistance på gevelar. Du kan bara harvest-bänka dem och swappa till den max resist du vill ha. För det går ju på andra grejer. På vad är det, typ sköldar tror jag det är till exempel. That could be insane. I alla fall om man ska köra den där amuletten eller ha något. Nej, inte amuletten. Juvelen eller ha någon specifik taken ass. Can no longer roll. This includes incursion temple, del mod, corruption modifiers on shields. Ugh. Fire warbands modifiers on helmet and all watchers eye modifiers. Jesus. Så då det är typ bara lightning coil och typ skölden som finns kvar. Men de sa inget om craftad modden va? Incursion, delve modifiers on helmet, corruption modifiers on shields, fire warbands, modifiers on helmet. Det är ju Gravicious Garbage och den borde ju finnas. Samma sak på chest också i så fall. Essence of Horror now grant 10% reduced extra damage from crit strikes per endurance charge. Interesting. Add a new Set of modifiers, purity auras that can roll on watcher side to replace taken as element. Jaha, och vad är det då? Säg vad det är era horor. Antar det på less damage taken av den. Eldritch implicit modifiers på body armors. Fizz damage taken as. I wonder. That could be massive. Nej, Gravicious banner effect instead of taken as. Ugh. Corel modifier warcry buff effect. Ugh. RIP. Influenced weapon. Whatever. De har nerfat alla base attack ones. 1.61.5 blir inte så illa. Claws har blivit buffade base crit.
Ja. Yeah.
Är det samma sak med daggers också? Japp. Interesting. Samma sak med staffs. Div card för Owl's Uprising. That's cool. Grace. Gain more evasion rating previously. Wait. Grace now provides you and allies gain 40% more evasion rating at level 1 previously 55. What? Stämmer väl inte? Oh. Wait, what? Då måste jag skriva någonting jävligt fel. Här är jag dum. Oh. Only apply to rootless. Jävla retarded. Här är fortfarande bara rootless specific garbage. Det var inte så spännande. Grace.
Det är typ 40% nerf.
Här är det. Previously. I mean, jag tror Grace nerfen inte gör någonting förutom typ upp till vadå, typ yellow tier maps. Jag tror efter det så kommer du ju bara ha mer evasion.
Nej, jag tror att det är fine later när du har bättre
Jag menar,
evasion
du
grejer.
behöver
bases.
få 1000 evasion på din gear för att det ska vara plus minus 0.
Ja.
Så det blir vadå typ?
Eller ja, mer än förut alltså. Och det kommer du få genom att bara liksom quality din skit.
Pretty much, ja. Så det är bara när du har riktigt ghetto gear det kommer vara struggle, ja.
Ja, och så sen kan du ju Grace Fortress här grejen är ju lite burken också.
Ja, that's true. Börjar vara mycket lättare att få, vad är det, 95 nu?
Ja.
Ja. Så vad hände med min bild? Jag blev lite nerfad. Search. Finns det ett Ctrl F tornado? Det var bara
vanliga tornado.
och tornadosha. Tornadoband. Så jag är lite nerfad, that's it.
It's okay.
Säkert några buffar som jag inte ens har tänkt på, så det går nog bra.
Ja, det finns säkert massor att göra. Alltså all gear possibilities är också jävligt mycket större. Jag menar reflection, recombinators.
Yeah, that's true.
Ja, nu jävla enchant vapen.
Men det var väl bara med livvapen eller något sånt där, eller vad fan man sa?
Nej, det var för alla. Men den där jävla random grejen var ju bara för 200 mace.
Ja.
Additional cursor till en tvåhandad ax, dagger, wand, bow.
Vart har man här? Där, och sen kommer vi in där.
Okej, what the fuck?
Fucking the what? Fucking no.
Kolla längst ner. Undrar vad den är för något.
Vadå i patch?
Det är en länka.
Jaha, du har länkat något. Säk. Projectiles return to you. Ja.
Det måste ju vara typ dagger eller wand eller något.
Är det bara
Det lär vara wand only.
Ja. Eller bow only, eller bägge och. Men ja.
Men bow only för brutet, eller?
Ja.
Den är ju asbillig också.
Det är,
Eller det vet jag, det där kanske är de där dyra, det där måste vara de dyra.
det är projectiles return to you, så det är inte bara attack projectiles, så yeah.
Ja, det kan ju vara spel.
Could be insane.
Du har explode där också, ser du? Nej.
Gain its modifier, det är ju Ghetto Headhunter. Vad är det heter? Replica.
Men det är alla du får i alla fall.
Get when you kill to gain its modifiers. Yeah, that's true.
Men i sig blå har väl bara en modifier.
Eller är det två? En or två. Black market. Black marketing now. Currency. Life Force Expedition. Tattoos. Omens. Scouting reports till och med. Catalyst Oil Fragment. Legion Breach. Deadly Div. Scarab Del. Essence. Man kan söka där också, såg jag nu. Nice.
Och det är en länk där.
Nej, på Trade Auction Housen finns search bar.
Nice.
Yep. That is very nice. Jävlar vad jag ska skicka idioter in i maps. De ska farma. Undrar om man får pengar för det. Det borde man ju inte kunna få.
Och alla de här nya annonserna är tydligen med ju. I den där jag länkade.
Jävlar. Can be used. Alltså när man tar allting som kommer därifrån båten, får man det bara i inventoryn då eller? Det där är väl 12 each.
Sa väl det tror jag.
60, ja. Så då måste man rensa inventoryn om man ska ta bajs alltså. Okej. Chip-status dockt. Klart den är dockad. Jag älskar detta, kul. Cost. Wage. Current workers. 25 av 90, holy shit. Ska man bara hyra upp hela universum eller?
Ja.
Recruitment rank. Can establish settlement and farming. Recruits can have job specialty up to rank 2. This improvement increases the reroll cost.
Men vad fan, man kommer ju kunna få både fucking karisma och den där nya. Det är ju för fan borken, eller?
Den nya då? Ja, du menar på en bowgubbe?
Ja.
Ja, det är väl trevligt för man har typ alltid bara...
Den är för fan lika bra som karisma också. Det är 8 plus 12, vad är karisma? 8 plus 16, okej. Men du får effekten också. Så karisma är bättre. Men om jag kör den och den, då kommer man inte ha mana-problem. Så jag tror att man lär köra det.
Jag kommer borken.
Då ska jag tror jag kommer köra den först så att jag kan köra Grace och Purity.
Purity
Och sen går man karisma sen när man behöver någonting. Typ, vadå? Skitterbots kanske, och kanske man kan skitterbots och 2 auras. Eller när man behöver precision från den där jävla amuletten.
Yes, ja. Så jävlar jag ska bygga den bästa staden i universum. Skicka upp mina idioter i map devices.
Jag har ett beredskap, tänk om jag måste göra massa grejer den veckan.
Säg, det är väl bara sjukskriv det. Säg att du håller på att dö.
Nej, jag kan inte göra det då.
Men ta mer ledigt då.
Kan inte göra för jag har den veckan. Det är redan bokat.
Ja, men ring dem och säg att ni får inte boka för det är fett olagligt.
Ja.
Jag som hoppas på att de skulle ändra lite reservation med aurorna, men det blev det icket. I wonder though. Ja, får man väl vänta tills de uppdaterar POB och Atlas. Eller skulle de göra någonting i Atlas-trädet? I forgot it. Ja, då har man ju spelat det där. Men vänta, det var väl inte ens något DD changes. Det var väl typ bara lite på vad den heter.
Ja.
Corpses. Detonate. Ja, ingenting. Och vad sa jag nu? Det var...
Så folk lär ju köra det i alla fall.
Desecrate, ja. Ja, då är Tobbe ledsen. Oj, jag måste med till kuka. Och vad var det mer? Jag skulle kolla. Atlas passive tree changes. Det var inte mycket.
What? Det finns ju reduced mana cost wheel bredvid bow nodesen. Man har tagit bort några, eller mellan bow nodesen och projectile nodes. Alltså chain pierce.
Ska vi se.
Och nedanför så har de tincture-grejer.
Tincture, jävlar. Cooldown recovery rate.
De har även andra tincture där till vänster.
Nej, man kan inte kolla eller kan man göra det? Nej, man kan inte kolla mastery. Surge.
Nej, det här är bara för mer planerade träd.
Reduce mana cost. Vad är det där igen?
Det kan ju dock vara big, men... Alltså det kan vara så här one-off point om du liksom inte har råd. Men den är inte borken. De har gjort om den där Clever Thief. What? Va? Har de gjort om den? Den jävla Leech Mastern vid Shadow-grejen. Den är omgjord.
Det är den väl inte?
Jo, den stora hade ju massa on-hit förut.
Nej, det var väl bara den lilla som hade det.
Nej, den stora hade också. Ska öppna vanliga pub.
Jag är rätt säker, det var bara de små nodesen som hade det.
Ja, det kanske det var. Jo, det verkar det. Ja, just det. Man gick in i den för att få instant.
Vad är det där då? Recover.
Ja, det lär man ju fortfarande behöva ha.
Recover 15% of mana when you activate a trigger. What a notable. What a pile of trash. Jag hoppas att Tinctures har något bra mastery, annars är det där brunt. Jag skulle göra en grej in the romp. Grej in the romp. Det är ett till Leech-kluster. Whatever. Vad är det där då? Crit multi against bleeding enemies. Crit chance against bleeding enemies. Om det finns en vettig bleeding mastery så kanske det där är unironic värt att gå. Gå in i vad fan blir det där? %20 bleed chance. Så får du vadå 30% crit chance och 80 crit chance against bleeding, 30 multi against bleeding. Maybe useful.
Den där leader of the pack är nog inte så lätt att få som jag tror ändå, alltså. Jo, där. 4 points för det.
Den är inte så borken. Det är bara lite reservation. Det är ingen effekt. Det är area och area. Men ja, det är ju fortfarande 20% reservation. No effect. Tinctures inflict weeping wounds instead of mana burn. What the fuck? The weeping causes you to lose 1% of maximum life per second per stack. Ja. Flask adjacent, tincture, tincture effect, flask effect, duration. Interesting. Finns någonting som jag kommer vara i närheten av som är relevant?
Vad fan har jag glömt?
Jag vet
Dem,
inte. Vad har du glömt?
Tror de där har jag ett glömt. Kan jag gå dina favorit blind crit nodes?
De är nice early on.
Ja.
Alla de här jävla hidden.
Jag tror fan jag ska gå lira ändå, Sörli.
Ja, alla som bara går great in.
Ja, ja men det lär ju sånt. Men jag tror Lund bara för resist och vet. Det är nice när man kommer till maps så bara kan pumpa mer damage, inte behöver bry sig. Känns som att de har tagit bort något, eller?
Jag vet inte, har de det? Jävlar! Rising Tempest har ingenting. Text, Force of Darkness. Damage penetrates 15% chaos stress. Ranger då har någonting. Jävlar, plus 8 minimum rage.
Jag tror aldrig man kommer gå den här jävla Friends plus en Friends i Dead Eye Noden alltså. Det är inte så mycket. Alltså det är om du verkligen behöver accuracy, men
Det är ju också 100% uptime på kuken. Behövde ju inte ha några frenzy setup i grejen.
jag tror du får en mana forge setup till det får.
Jag kan ju ett damage gem i den istället. Eller något mer QL slash utility.
Problemet är att du körde väl den för att få denna crit, eller vad heter det? Kock. Nej, inte custom crit, vad heter den? Peacock heter den.
Kock my kock. Ja, men kan göra det en damage setup. Eller vad som
Det kan
helst.
Och då får man lite mer damage, men det är ändå... Ja. Man behöver inte köra forward shot i alla fall, så det är den istället för focal point i så fall. Så vilket alltså betyder att det är bättre för... Ja. Men då borde man ju försöka ta sig bort till Frenzy Node, den långt bort. Så den bit va. Damage för Frenzy
bra också för
det är
typ
långt
omnigubbar också.
Det kan vara ja.
Man Han strugglar ju något så jävligt med accuracy eftersom att du tappar ju...
Det kommer nog inte gå den här dock. Det känns focal point för broken för damage. Fast ja, det betyder att man går Shane dock.
Okej. Nej, du går ju inte Shane om du kör elemental hit, det kan jag säga dig. Du kör returning projectile och pierce alltid.
Jo. Men farshot gör jag inte heller så mycket. Om man säger så.
Ja, det är ju bara gå...
Ja, du måste gå en av.
Du går ju far.
Eller ja, du kan ju gå den här Mirage-grejen alltså.
Ja, Mirage lite med din Archer.
Undrar om det är actually playable.
Doubt. Kanske på boss.
3 Mirage som bara står och pumpar, det borde ju vara lite damage.
Ja, men det blir som ett Titan. De står ju bara där.
Ja, men det är för boss du vill ha dem.
För boss så kanske det är någonting.
Men ja. Du kan göra som mig, späcka ur och in det på bossa.
Och glömma bort det 70% av gångerna anyway.
Åh ja, jag gör ju inget damage grabbar.
Cleara segt som en hora också. Gör onslaught if you change the bias. War cries do not grant buffs or charges to you. 100% more war cry duration. What a pile of trash. Attack skills instead cost reduce mana cost. Not interesting. Där har man ett max res kluster, ja. Protection master är det samma som den där, eller? Ja, det är det. Vad är det man har i dem? Eller kan jag inte kolla det? Mister och protection mastery, vad är det du ger? Reduced effect of wither. Resistance, CB, immunity. Can whatever. Du kanske kan göra några memes med Supreme Ego-båten. Om du då bara kör... Ja, men där keystonen. 40% more mana reservation. Men
inte för 2 auras tror jag inte.
med en lighten och båda klustrarna kanske.
Jo, men inte så. Det är mest early jag bryr mig mest. Men Supreme Ego är ju öppet där. Ja,
Ja, och jag menar det skulle kunna bli vad då typ 1% per 2, så typ 45% more aura effect. I mean, could be massive.
Du kan ju köra den med vadå?
Jag vet inte, Grace plus någon 25-35 aura, typ precision eller något kanske, jag vet inte.
Kommer jag köra precision från amuletten, tror jag.
Skulle kunna bli Borken, men jag vet inte. Oj. Vad fan kommer det ens finnas för Fist Taken Ass? Lightning Coil, Cloak of Flame, den där skölden. Och sen då? Finns någon unik caps med Taken Ass? Ja. Jag tror inte ens man kan uppnå 100% Taken Ass nu utan Taste of Faten. Och så är det ju Sköld Corruption i RIP också. Men med de två aura-grejerna, vad får man då också? Du kan få den ena... vart är jag? Increase damage for each affecting you. Typ aura-effekt. Eller kan man gå... Ja, om du lägger en level 1 aura på livet skulle du kunna få 1% max resistance också. Jävla coolt. Jag vet inte om jag ens blev sugen på bilbåga. Det är typ bara där vi... Där och Galdiator, det har kommit nya grejer typ. Sa de att de skulle ändra någonting med Monsters Overwhelm? För annars vet jag inte hur fan man dealar med det, alltså. Du kommer ju bli nerbajsad annars. Fresh. Control F. Overwhelm. Bla bla bla. Scrolla bara längst ner, William. Monster balance här. Previously börjar ifrån Control F. Rare monsters overwhelm 30% now causes monsters to apply the crushed debuff. What the fuck är crushed? Det ska ju finnas i Better Building. Control F, det är den här grejen här uppe. Crushed. Nej, det står inte. Crush lowers physical damage reduction by 15%. Wait, det är typ unironically värre nästan. Du går från 30% phys reduction overwhelm på rare monster till 15%, men det lägger en debuff på dig. Så andra grejer kan blästa skiten ur dig. I don't know, alltså. That's kind of sus. Ultimate modifiers. Now cause monster to ignore. Yeah, that's fucked. Expedition monster. Fortfarande lika borken. Simulacrum är fortfarande lika borken. Jesus fucking Christ. Nej, vänta, nej. Vänta. Prince of Red. No, that's okay, never mind. Pure impatience, okay. Overwhelm, 4% impatience. Instead, deal increased damage, okay. I don't know. För man kommer kunna armor live och fucking buy souls. Du kan gå in i Mana Masteryn också, såg jag nu. Fast jag vet inte om du går så långt upp.
Kan inte gå så.
Hur mycket är det den ger då? Den är 12%. Finns det ingen annan Mana Mastery man är i närheten av? Förutom den. Det där är Leech. Och det där är också Leech. Och det där är Flask.
Besvarar ingenting om Stormrain, va? Jag har inte för det.
Billigare mana-kostnad tror jag var den då. Jag undrar, fan det måste man ju typ kolla i POB senare om de har ändrat location och grejer så att vad är de heter. Den där Uber-juvelen kanske är mer borken på ställen. Vad fan heter den? Thread of Hope. Det är som att de har lagt till massa bajs så finns säkert lite nya spots man kanske kan göra någonting borken med.
Nej.
Faktiskt lite besviken på patch notesen Tibbo. Däremot announcementen var jävligt påg, men patch notesen var fan inte så spännande som jag hade hoppats på. Känns som att det var små jävla grejer. Ingen big dick som man blev. Med andra ord, minisnoppar. Hur söker man här vill jag? Kan jag bara kontrolla? Fan, nej. Jo, där search. Impala. Finns nog fler plus en Impale än den där nere. Ja. Ja, minimum endurance charges, det lär ju vara jävligt mycket bättre nu alltså.
Ja.
Kanske bara ska köra alla cash boots alltså, ironically.
Maybe. Men det är väl T1 va?
No idea actually. Eller var det de... Nej, jag minns inte. Det har varit så jävla mycket pillande med MF-grejer eller med item rarity. Senast var det affliction och den här ligan. Så I have no fucking clue. Fan vad ledsen jag blev att min Warcry blev nerfad. Det var ju tråkigt. Och jag benefittar inte av någon mana reservation. That sucks. Armor applies to chaos damage taken from hits. Wait, vad är wordingen på? Är det typ fort? Wow. Armor applies to chaos damage taken from hits. Taken ass. Vad finns det för roliga grejer? Lightning Coil lär vara ganska biss för fizz reduction på det mesta. Undrar vad de ska göra med Watchers Iron. Nej, nu tror jag ska dra på något och kolla på och chilla.
Ja.
Ja, du får sova så gott.
Ja, grabbar, hörs imorgon. Hej.
Jag vet natt i natt. Ja, nu ska jag försvinna. Nej, jag vet inte. Det var inte så jättemycket som ändrade någonting för mig. Typ de enda grejerna som impactade mig var vadå? Slightly nerf på, vad blir det? Herald of Ash? I guess potential lite fizz taken ass nerf på typ vadå? Sköld implicit, craftad caps, craftad chest. Utöver det då. Endurance charge nerf. Planen var att ha perma uptime med det, bara med, vad är det? 2 gam slots. Men nu kommer det kosta 15% mana om man ska göra det också. Så I don't know. 15% mana och vad blir det, typ 3 eller 4 skill points, så I don't know. Unless man kör de där bootsen som sagt, men så långt har jag inte kollat så jag vet inte. Vi får se. Så nu ska jag ta och chilla. Puss eller puss.